The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold Technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold Technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold Technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold Technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold Technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses.
Wind tunnel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Doris, coming from Hong Kong. Good morning, every judges, finalists, and everyone in this room. Today, first of all, I want to ask every one of you a question: is how many of you have been to Hong Kong? How do you feel about this small, noisy, and very crowded place, where it's often difficult to catch any fresh air? The location is in Timur Market in Hong Kong. The rapid development in this community has attracted newcomers, which has encouraged this place to become a new generation point, new gathering point. However, as the population increases, people's stress level may also increase. Here is the site location. Every time when I pass through this place, I see the wet market for people buying groceries and food, and some people sending their children and elderly relatives to the nearby school or community center. Most of them are housewives and pregnant women. People in 2 months are so busy to live their own life, and it seems no one cares about the needs of the women and pregnant women. It feels so sad that there are no facilities in this society to support them. Especially during COVID-19 pandemic, pregnant women are a high-risk group and may not receive enough support. An idea of designing a physiotherapy center for women at various stages of pregnancy had popped up in my mind. This center will provide services to alleviate the side effects of pregnancy, raise community awareness and respect for expectant mothers, and take care of both their mental and physical health. A happier pregnancy stage is easier for the baby to develop in a cheerful and calm environment. After becoming pregnant, women need to avoid long-distance travel, which limits the space they can go. Therefore, the site location should be next to the residential tower and kindergarten and provide easy accessibility and parking to encourage pregnant women to come. Here is some the user group program analysis to analyze different characteristics of different users and the design parameter I have used. Here is during the design stage, the 2 design parameters were considered. To differentiate between the 3 types of user group, the first parameter is privacy level. Outdoor pools are provided for normal women who live the least privacy. Yes, the least privacy. Pool with skylight in the middle is provided for women in the first 2 trimesters who need some privacy and love to have sunlight. The last type is for the pregnant woman in the last trimester who needs the higher privacy and attention. The second parameter is the level of social interactions. Individual therapy is provided for pregnant women in the last trimester, and they need the larger space to move around. And the second one is family yoga, which provides for pregnant women with their husband or their kids. The last one is the group therapy is provided for normal women, and the social interaction is the highest among them. Normal women are easier to make friends when in a group. When conducting my research and speaking with many pregnant women, I learned that they easily experience stress and lose emotional control. They wish to have a place where they can relax and feel cheerful and energetic again. The physiotherapy center provides aquatic therapy, yoga therapy, and massage therapy that can help them burn calories effectively. The comfortable environment can also help them relax their tense muscles and stress level through therapy sessions. During the pregnancy, a woman's senses are highlighted, particularly her sense of sight and smell. The healing garden can be used for aromatherapy that are connected to a wind tunnel with 2 levels based on the last level requirement and wind resistance ability. The healing garden one is planted with citrus and ginger, which require 4 to 5 hours of sunlight and low wind resistance. Lower levels are preferred. The ginger aroma helps rebind muscle faster and eliminate cellulite cells and will be directed toward the yoga and aquatic therapy area. It blooms during spring. Citrus can soothe the pain and blood pressure after exercise and bloom during light spring. Healing Garden 2 is on the upper level and planted with geranium and Roman chamomile. Both require 6 to 8 hours of direct sunlight and are more capable of living under windy conditions. The geranium blooms during winter to early spring. Its scent can relax nerves and help people calm down, and will be directed towards the massage therapy area. Roman chamomile blooms from early summer to autumn. The scent's aroma chamomile fire can help with post-workout soreness. Therefore, the physiotherapy center will be covered with various perfumes throughout the year. During the form development stage, the site analysis revealed that most of the time, the sites experience very high loss level and low air ventilation in the lower level, as confirmed through Philips and CFD simulation. To address this issue, this project used higher masons on the south sides to block direct sunlight. On the other hand, the north side is a great place to have lower masing for people to gather and absorb moderate and indirect sunlight. The curvy wind tunnel in the center will direct high-level wind to low-level environment. After passing through the tunnel, the wind will transfer higher pressure and faster, resulting in improved air ventilation in the lower level area of the surroundings. The therapy can be one with nature. One of the main features of my design is to use the wind tunnel to create lateral flow of sands. The sun and wind will follow the path of the wind tunnel, providing daylighting, rainwater, and air from the two healing gardens in the middle. After that, the aroma of flowers will be directed to specific programs and then move around the buildings, demonstrating an image of the umbilical cord collecting the mother and her baby. This cord carries nutrients, oxygen from the mother placenta into the baby's body and the carry waste material out. And here is some of the program analysis diagram to combine the biophilic and farm element into a different program. Here is the adjacent matrix analysis to be more clearly differentiate different programs. Here is the Philips simulation to study the environment and how the wind tunnel can work and the size of the opening. And here is the plan. Here is the ground level. The lower level is mainly served as the entrance and higher commercial value, with facilities like the aroma oil lab, catering, and shops. The aroma oil laboratory is located on the ground floor to avoid affecting the smell of the wind tunnel. The middle level is served as a platform for gathering songs and guide users to three completely different paths based on the level of privacy and social interaction. Three zones of the different user groups will have their own facilities, such as office and washrooms. So here is the family therapy area is the top left corner, and the top right is group aquatic therapy. In the next level, it will become a VIP aquatic therapy area. It's for the first trimester pregnant women. The area is much larger than the family and the individuals area. And here is the wind tunnel sections. This one serves as the structure of the aroma smell diffuser and helps set the boundary between the various user groups. The small holes on the surface can spray the aroma oil out to highlighting and trapping the scents within the wind tunnel to prevent it from being diluted while traveling. Here is the entrance hall. The main facade material are red brick and glass brick, which combine traditional and modern building material. The twisting brick designs can also help the wind be more easily drawn into the entrance of the wind tunnel. The standard form and heaviness of the brick create a huge contrast with the curvy and lightweight design of the wind tunnel made of aluminum sheets and glass. In conclusion, this project is aimed to provide a fun and joyful place for pregnant women to forget about their pain during pregnancy. They can see the wind tunnel provide daily nutrients to the healing garden, which may mean remind them the bonding between them and their baby, and the place will support them to better prepare for giving birth to a new life in a new world. This is the end of my presentations. Thank you.
All right, now we would like to enter the Q&A session. Judges, do you guys have anything you'd like to ask or seek for clarification? Daniel, your hand's raised already, right? Oh, Lillian, yes. Okay, sure. Thank you, Lillian. Round of applause to Architect Lillian. Your question is? You can stand in the middle, it's okay. We won't eat you.
Can you say again why you wanted to do this? It's a space for women, but how do you think the visitors there would respond to the space?
I want to raise the public awareness about the pregnant woman, since normally people is too busy and the facility supporting them is not enough in the society. Therefore, this play can help them to let them remind their to be more thankful for the mother, and also the pregnant woman, the user of the space, can also, when they see the wind tunnel combining with the healing gardens, can remind them how they are nurturing their baby in their body. Yes.
Okay, Daniel?
Yeah, I've never been pregnant or have stretch marks, so maybe, but I'll just add something relevant to the project. I salute you for designing a building that is appropriate for pregnant women, and then it's so much driven by aromatherapy and also wind situation. But let me just ask one question. Is really wind good for pregnant women? Because I don't know, in the Chinese medicine culture, wind is traditionally not a very good thing. Yeah, so that's one thing. Number two is, as an architect, you've done some site studies and context studies and all that kind of thing. But I mean, as all architect, I wish you would have elaborated a little bit more about the context of the site in relation to the surrounding building, the roads, the access, the entrance, the drop-off, which are all relevant. And also, I think it's important as an architect to also look at the building overall in terms of, I know you did your farm analysis and all that, but very much purely from the point of view of wind directions and aroma in terms of your gardens and all that kind, which are very nicely done. And I think the strength of your layout is actually your perspective on your interiors and all that. It worked out very nicely. I can see the relevance in terms of the curve forms in respect to the tunnel that you're talking about. Yeah, but I wish it would have been a little bit more contextual in terms of urban setting, because I think Tuen Mun is quite an urban setting, correct? Although I've never been there. But salute to you, I think you did a good job.
Oh, thank you. And yes, and do I need to answer the question?
Yeah, please, regarding
Since I do the research about that, there is many places will use aromatherapy for the pregnant lady, since the smell can help them relax their stress. And therefore, I chose the aroma type is safe for women, since I checked there are some aroma that it is too much for the lady and may make them feel sick. Therefore, I will avoid those kind of flower. And also about the site contents, I'm trying to solve the site issue. There is very low air ventilation in the lower environment in Tuen Mun. Therefore, if I use the wind tunnel, they can drag the high pressure wind. It can help to improve the air circulation and movement in the lower level. Therefore, it can help to solve the site issues.
All right, thank you. I know Raza have a question. Yeah. Can you guys pass Raza a mic? Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I was just curious because there's a lot of reference about healing gardens and therapy. And in Asian cultures, there has been a long history of this phenomena. So did you study any sort of historical reference of how therapy was used earlier in any kind of a spatial context? And the reason why I bring it up is that the word garden, healing garden comes many times, but the design turns to be more like a very built sort of a structure than a garden. And did you at any time think that a space like a garden would be more comfortable or more interesting in an overly built environment as opposed to another built building and an interior space? Just curious.
Are you meaning that a warmer therapy can be used more method than the healing garden?
Carry on. Yeah.
You want to ask is that I should use more methods to use our own.
Okay, Raza, let me translate. 我用廣東話問你，ask in Cantonese。佢其實係問你，其實你有冇睇過？你有冇做研究？即係喺亞洲入邊，有冇古人或者歷史上好多人用 healing garden 呢個方法去做，或者係你自己嘅諗法？第二點就係佢覺得你嘅 project 叫 healing garden，但係其實 garden 嘅元素唔多，佢想問佢可唔可以解釋呢一點？你用英文解釋得冇？
Oh, okay.
Okay, right.
Actually, I do some analysis about how the aromatherapy, the smell can affect the human body. In the previous slide, it's like most of our body is made up of water. Therefore, when you smell something in, it will possibly to affect your body a lot from the aroma, the smell. Therefore, I will use this as a result. And also the garden part of the building, actually outside is also have the outdoor gardens on the rooftop and some middle level. Therefore, there is many gardens overall in different part of the buildings. Yes. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Actually, I think I would like to commend you for doing something which is very difficult, which is to create an oral environment where you smell. I think that's her achievement, actually, to create a space where you can trap the air. I don't think, Daniel, that she meant that you are giving wind to these pregnant women, but it's just to allow them to have movement while enjoying the therapy from the smell. And it's very hard to engage smell in architecture. So I think she has done very well, actually, to create a space that's also, symbolic, quite compelling in terms of its linked to the umbilical cord. So I actually wanted to mention that it's really nicely done. I totally disagree with Daniel also that it needs to be contextualized. I think it's actually good that she took, created this object thing, and yet allow you to be able to move very freely in this controlled, smell environment.
Yeah, Lillian, I think maybe I misunderstood her regarding the wind part. Yeah, maybe it's not intended that wind becomes an issue for the pregnant woman. So, but I do agree with you that smell is not one of the heightened senses for like designers. I mean, sight being the most. So to do a project on smell as an aromatherapy as a key topic is going to be very difficult. Yeah, so it's quite a tough job.
All right, thank you, judges. Thank you,
Doris.
Doris.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I would like to invite Salsabila Novitasari with her project Restack. Round of applause, please.
Have you ever imagined how we live in an old, dense area of the city, where there's the common problem about how the quality living space there, or how about the quality living for people? So, before we go further, let me introduce myself first. Good morning to all the judges, all the AYDA committees, and all the participants. My name is Salsabila Novitasari from Indonesia, and I would like to share my idea about this through my project called Restack, means regeneration through stacking. Bandung is a city with its beautiful attraction and beautiful history. No wonder that this city has a very diverse uniqueness in every areas. As I grew up in the city, I noticed that there are changes around the city, not only about the beauty, but also about the density, especially in the old area of the city, as well as the unplanned arrangement of the buildings, the physical condition of the buildings, making these areas starting to lose their identity. Cibadak is one of the most dense area in Bandung. And I noticed that since I was a kid. I used to accompany my mom to buy some things to sell here, since Cibadak is known as one of the largest wholesale trade areas in Bandung. So when we look at this video, it's very old and scary. Later on, after the COVID-19, there are some shops that are generally closed. Some are still open, and hoping there will be answer to bring this area back. So this thought about my childhood memory and all the problems triggered me to think, what if we solve this problem with this idea? So here is the map of Bandung City with its density, and Cibadak is categorized as the most dense area. And here is the site that I choose for the regeneration, since it has potential as the first development in this area, and it's approximately 7,500 square meters. The site is typically dense like the others, since the building order is unregulated well. There left some unused open space in every areas. And this makes me think of how the site could be more lively if we regenerate this. So as the site problem, I try to break it down into three main problems. First is about the breathing space that leads to the lacking presence of green areas from the unused open space. Second is about the spatial informality that leads to unregulated development of the site, making red space. And the last one is about inactive areas, where there are certain inactive areas, especially at the back of the site, that leads to security issues. To solve the problems, there are three main strategies that I used. First is reeling to solve the inactive areas by reconnecting path from the disconnected existing alleyway. Second is restack to solve the spatial informality problem of the housing units by readjusting the existing building to create a better public realm. And third is re-empowerment to solve the breathing space by giving a sense of placemaking to the inactive areas. Next is a design process. This is the zoning of the existing site. There are 3 zones. The blue one as the shops, pink as housing, and orange as landscape. So the idea for the shops is to preserve the street front, so no changes of facades are made. This old shops complex with long history only reconstructed the streetscape by improving the streetscape vibes, enhancing the vitality of urban public space. As there are the closed passageway, the strategy is to open the linkage to the back of the site, making the connection between the front and the back, connecting the alive active complex and injecting new vitality and charm inside. For the existing housing units, I try to rearrange the building and give additional function as the new strategy. Stacking the function each housing now has a commercial area and greenhouse. So following the design intent of creating an urban life between the old and the new, the overall design gives the colorful, simple thing to create the social feel for daily life. Now, let's jump to the design programs. For the programs, I make two main programs, first for the residents and second for the public or the visitors. So for the residents, each housing unit now has commercial space to lend as the new generation strategy. And they also have parking in inner courts, parking units, and entrance. And here is the site plan. There are a total of 25 housing based on the plot pattern from Google Maps. No sound. Here, the new generation of the housing units, feeling the blend of historic and modern life, injecting the new local cultural identity through social memory, forming a new place of urban life, constructing the social field for daily life. Through the fully open commercial space unfolds a chapter connecting the past and the future along Cibadak area. The smell of cooking, wandering around the streets, responses to the alive and active urban life. Going through the atmosphere of each housing units have, with the connected deck, presents cozy and natural creative ideas to convey a sense of familiarity in life, making the quality life of the residents more vibrant. A preserved courtyard, returning the life of an unused open space, unifying the boundaries of function and spatial order, at the same time bring the vitality and vigor into the space. The greenhouse that each housing units have, over them to make urban farming for leisure activity. So next we have the visitor or public program. First, they can walk into the street front and they can enjoy the walking experience at the old shop, and maybe they can buy some things at the shops. After that, they can go to the park by enjoying the connected alleyway. Feeling the joy of walking on the street front area, while the charm of the old shops offer the romantic imagination and emotion. While the charm of the old shops immerse you, the pop-up of the reopened alleyway will take you to new places. Through the alleyway, we can feel the charm of the blocks offers people the experience which they desire, as if they're traveling through time and space, feeling the blend of old and new, as well as the intersection of history and present. The fun connection between the street front, the alleyway, and the public pocket creates a light walking atmosphere combined with different architectural outdoor spaces, sets up spots to meet the visitors' basic behavior of standing, sitting, talking, or maybe playing together. The creation of the progressive scenes built the visual perception that movement and stillness coexist in harmony. Sometimes it's lively, and sometimes it's a leisurely strolling lane. These various scenes and vibes endow businesses with different emotional experience. So here's the elevation of the shops, the before and after of the alleyway. So in terms of facade designs of the stacking units, the challenge is to bring out stable local identity while the buildings have cantilevered balconies that draws people attention. So to make it more humble, I add the vertical railings that are generally used by the neighborhood. And adding the colors, the outcome is strong and fresh, creating a new local identity in this place. The design can improve the quality of life of the residents and also help to sustain the economy, especially after the pandemic break. Increasing the social life and improving the environment. And after all, this is where people can live and gather, making a strong community. Welcome to the new generation of Cibadak area, where we can meet the diverse needs for different users. Feel the stacking materials and masses, injecting new vitality and charm to the business through the combination of old and new, as well as the intersection of history and the present. Curling upward and going through the hustle and bustle of streets, the linearly extending streetscape becomes the core of circulation of the entire area, spreading out romantic imagination and emotion, creating a light urban atmosphere and scenes, making the whole space more coherent and natural. After all, Cibadak has its own understanding, communicating, and contriving of what is required to combat their difficulties. This idea can also be replaced to the same area problem around the world. Lastly, I want to bring this up that human and environment are inseparable, shaping a future by converging people, place, and environment will create a better living and a better world. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Salsabila. With your project Restack, judges, I would like to hand the floors to you. See, Barani, that smile indicates something. Thank you.
There's always these clues, yeah.
Right.
The first one has to do with the gender. Now is the location, probably.
No, you're just smiling. No, okay. It's not that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I like your understanding, and also probably I'm a little bit biased because I know Bandung and I know this street very well. I commend your analysis that some of this facade is actually actual, yeah, it's real, right? And you also have the passageway, which I just realized that it actually exists, and I think it is an interesting effort for you to try to push that boundary towards the back. But I have two questions here. Any reason why you make a distinction between the old and the new in your presentation? The old looks pretty grim, still pretty bad looking, yeah? And I don't see you are trying to improve it. But then you make a very clear distinction between the front and the back. The back is totally renovated, but then the front is looking not very clean, or is it intentional? That's the first one. The second one, what would happen to the next surrounding area if you already successfully apply this? How do you continue the effort to spread this so-called new approach to the rest of the community?
Okay,
yeah, thank you.
Maybe I will answer the first question. So about between the old and the new, my design intention for the design is to make the shops area still coexist in the old form, since the shop complex tells a history, the development of Cibadak, while I'll try to rearrange the housing function at the back of the shop, since at the back there are some potentially unused open space. So I think it will be better to like rearrange the building and make this unused potential open space at the back. So yeah, I try to rearrange the building and making it new.
But it doesn't mean the old ones stay old, right? You can
Oh, yeah.
still improve the old building to something better, probably.
Oh yeah. So for this area, the old area, I try to improve the like streetscape vibes. Yeah, the street front.
And the second question?
The second question, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Okay, you're panicked, I think. What will happen to the surrounding area? How do you use this case to sort of like instill changes to the surrounding?
Okay, maybe this is for the first development of the site. If it's successfully good for the site, it will impact to another block in Cibadak area. And also, I have a statement before that it will improve the economy condition after the pandemic. So yeah, that's the intention.
Thank you, Salsabila. Thank you, Sibarani. Raza? Arash? Maybe Arash first? Yeah.
Well, first of all, it was a very nice presentation. Congratulations, very warm and very nice. And well, it's nice to see this. I agree with Sibarani when it's a nice contrast when you see actually propose to maintain all the old area, all the old buildings from one side, and you propose a new modular system with a lot of idea inside. I mean, the connection, the activities, the housing, and the greenhouse on top. So it's very nice. But it's something like what I feel in terms of actually architectural aspect and also urban planning. It's a missing opportunity to actually make more integration between the old and new, you know. But I don't know, it's just one feeling that I have, that it's maybe an idea of modular system that you propose when you, I found a very interesting drawing when you show us the new building comparing with the section of the old one. And maybe you want to propose something that a modular elements of housing and commercial and greenhouse on top that can be replaced in many other parts of the of the city. So in that case, maybe it can be more interesting to see how this system can actually attack all the areas of the cities. It can be interesting. And another point, why you bring the opportunity for the cars to come in, because from one of the from the program, you show that the connection for the cars parking plots came also inside, and this is my other. It's curious for me. That's why you bring this opportunity to cars.
Okay, so for the cars is actually for the resident housing, and each housing units now can have like the parking lots, and the parking lots also can be extended to like the commercial area if there's no cars in the house. Yeah.
Can I add on to what Arash said regarding the integration? I fully appreciate the historical preservation part of the front shop houses and the rejuvenation at the back, because you mentioned that it was a trouble area and all that, and the front road and the back lane, all that. Okay, fully understood. But I think there's a missed opportunity that Arash has pointed out. And I wish in personal terms I would see a little bit of the back element popping out through those connecting lanes to give an idea for the people who are passing along the main road, to have an idea of what is new behind the scene. I think that would make the whole project a little bit more interesting architecturally. Yeah?
What do you think? Yeah. Oh, yeah, please respond.
Maybe I would like to tell that this is part of my childhood memory where I usually accompany my mom to buy some things here at the shops. And I noticed that when I was studying architecture, that there are several corners that have been damaged and the road cannot meet the urban functional requirements. Outdoor spaces was lacking. So in this process, Cibadak are understood, it seems like some of the core strength of Cibadak was being stripped by years. So in this process, Cibadak is understood as a container activated by the place spirits, and through the regeneration of this container, place spirits can be transferred into the daily life that citizens can perceive.
All right, thank you. Unfortunately, time's up. Thank you, Salsabila. Thank you. Round of applause, guys. Come on, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, judges, I'd like to jump in for a bit before the next session. Salsabila actually requested translation support for her Q&A, but the event team didn't make it on time. So any lack of confidence of display is basically she was trying to grasp the full essence of your question and then translate it into Indonesian and then respond it back to you. So just to let you know, that's the process that they missed out. The event team will follow a bit tighter on the next few coming months. So if you have questions that you would like to ask her, you guys can take it during lunch and during tea. You guys can still talk to her. All right, thank you. The next one, I would like to put our hands together for Chen Kwa Tan and the project, The Other Abilities. He will be presenting in Vietnamese. If you need translation support, there's a device in front of you. Turn it on and you can wear it, and it will translate from Vietnamese to English. Thank you.
Đầu tiên thì cho em xin. My name. Good morning. My name is Trần Khoa Thành from Vietnam. My project is The Other Ability. I'm really honored to share my design with the best participants. First of all, I would like to share video. Have you ever been in the same room with someone in a wheelchair and didn't know how to deal with them, prioritize them, or avoid talking about their hurt? Do not even look at them for fear of being misunderstood as judgmental. That's my kind of story. And not only me, the story of communicating with people with disabilities is a social story, and there have been a lot of movies about it. For example, there's a Korean TV series called Extraordinary Attorney Woo. The main character, Woo Young-woo, is a female lawyer with autism spectrum disorder. She and her co-workers together solving different crimes. And because of her background, they always support and bias her. Sometimes ignore her mistakes, except one guy that watchers like me call mean guy. He doesn't care about her disease, always try to find faults and competes with her. Though this is a romantic series, I find the most valuable moment when she expresses her grateful to the mean colleague for seeing her as perfectly healthy person. That is the moment I wonder, avoid talking about their hurt. Is it a good behavior for them or just the way we think? While searching for answer, I came across a story like this. In ancient Rome, there's no word for disabled, but people call them as the other ability. That society prefer caring about their potential than what they didn't have. That is the guideline for my design, with the message, there is no more disabled people in social vision. From now, in this presentation, I will mention disabled people as the other abilities. This paradigm must be for everyone, not only them, but also children, startups, people with difficulties, etc. Everyone is given the same opportunity to develop themselves. So this is the multi-users paradigm. We need a language that everyone can all use, and that is art. According to my analysis, there are many studies that show art is the potential, the way to heal them. Creating art is also a trend that attracts the young generation to participate in. Functions of the paradigm includes first attracting people, sports activities, or wall climbing, eating in the dark, textile exhibitions, playing sport in wheelchair, then provide jobs and support their career, or startup office can be rented, hire them directly, help them become financially stable. After that, making art, expressing themselves through art, organizing public art, and finally, provide utilities to support their health, such as therapy areas or green spaces. As you can see, this is development model, not just a building. In order to be adapted in different contexts, I offer a 5.4 meters multiply 5.4 meters model based on the wheelchair's minimum operating radius and size. In the same size, it can contain 3 rows of tables for wheelchair users, 4 rows of tables for non-wheelchair users. With the parking lot, it can accommodate 1 car parking slot with 2 wheelchair ramps or 2 normal car parking slots. For technical factors, it can hold 1 emergency elevator and 3 elevators, 3 restrooms for wheelchair users, including and wash basins and exit. When approaching this topic, it is a fact that we must accept that all of us have the potential to use a wheelchair, maybe because of old age, illness, or accident. So I hope that this module is not applied in one project but also for all the projects. In the past, space for wheelchair users were always an added part of the building, but now using this model will make a space no longer divided and we can use by everyone. This will optimize space, structure, economy, and multi-users. In order to adapt different size of sites, especially different type of buildings, we can flexibly apply 3 functional modules from the above. Depending on the specific requirements of each context, the quantity and arrangement can be changed like the Lego game. Or even if the shape of the site changes. Or even if the culture context changes, the building materials for case and activities in the building may also change to suitable to local or country, because the building is like a Lego game. It can be flexible and customizable. But we need a set of rules as the backbones so the paradigm can develop on it. My set of rules that include first, the rule of spatial combination, divided into 3 parts corresponding to the interactability of each group of users. The private space will be for the group of users who are not able to communicate, as autism or mental disorder. The landscape will be garden spaces, relaxation, and meditation areas, also as a therapy method to heal them. We can also use flowers or different colors and scents to increase the perception of space for users. And then the semi-public space for groups of people who have the ability to communicate but they need support. The landscape will be directed towards community-oriented elements. And finally, group of users that are capable of communicating. The landscape will be dynamic, such as entertainment activities, areas for experience, sports, or exhibitions, etc. After functioning zoning, I use a path that links all the areas of the building together, like a red thread above. apply a system of accessibility designs for people with mobility difficulties, like wheelchair users, low vision users, people using canes to assist in mobility. This threat is not only applied in new buildings but also can be applied in existing buildings or connecting green spaces in urban areas or playgrounds. Color as an indispensable design element for space identification in building. Color coding space make it easier for people with low vision to move around. Mental disorder people feel easing, attracting children, young people, or enhancing creativity. And this is some office spaces using model combined with the color coding. Based on the above set of rules, I come up with a prototype model. As you can see, nature is an inseparable element of the building. In the context of high urbanization, the building can become a green, breathing space, a park to attract and participate in the surrounding people, thereby increasing traffic for the building. In addition, green areas also play the role of healing spaces, green distances in the context of infectious diseases such as COVID-19 recently. We can also apply new way of experiencing art and sports, dark room cuisine, light exhibition, vibration dance floor, or play sport in wheelchairs. In the process of designing this project, I choose a gentle transmission method through direct experience, using color to attract children and young people, create more opportunities for interacting between the young generation and them. The building should not have a heavy form, should not represent a people with disability. I want people to remember the project because it's fun, it's new, it connects everyone. Everyone comes here to experience the art and the value they make, not their physical weakness. In order to end my presentation, I would like to invite everyone to watch a video to understand the message. Thank you.
I am Esther and this is my ability. I am Aaron is my ability.
Thank you everyone for listening to my presentation. Xin cảm ơn phần trình bày của bạn Khoa Thành.
Or clarification if required. He's on translation now, so you can speak in English. Our translator will help you translate your questions. Anyone would like to jump on this first? Raza? Thank you, Architect Raza.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a very. I'm sorry, I have to take this off because I'm talking in another language. I think it's great that you've kind of translated disability into other ability, and I think you are also creating the other solution or the other kind of building or something like that, which I think is commendable, and I think it really blends in. The only thing I sometimes think about is that that perhaps you should talk about how should it be like an all-in-one place for them to be? Like this is it, they should all be here, or is this a transitional space and then it does something to them to go back into the world with their abilities? It's less of a design question and more of a, a social sort of question.
So thank you for your question. And please allow me to explain about this building. This is a model, and we can develop in the future. And in specific, what is the different, make it unique than the traditional building? When I start this project, I have the intention that this project can be used for multi-user, for everyone can use. Firstly, it's the model 5.4 plus 5.4. So for the normal person or the people use wheelchair, they can use it comfortably. There are no distance or there are no barriers. So everyone can be treated the same way. And next, in this building, so everyone can use this one. How can everyone like us can use this building? So this is based on the new experience like the wheelchair competition or in the dark cuisine. In this building, it's not a normal space for sports, but we can also use the wheelchairs or the normal utilities to create the unique experience and attract people to join. So that's the way I think and come up with a solution.
This is your social question, Architect Raza. Okay. Yes. Sivarani?
Okay, just a quick one. Yeah, I think I have a similar sort of question also. I mean, this is a very nice gesture, and it will be very good for disabled society to be hanging around in this area. But I just personally feel that the modular and your objective to try to get to the point of disability still has some gaps. I don't think it's automatically you can apply it, although you already made certain analysis. But that, I think in architecture, you cannot just put all those modular things and plug it in together and instantly you get something. I think you need to have more processes, which I think you need to explain more in the diagram. And secondly, I think you probably trying to reach too much of the spectrum of disability, because I can understand wheelchair is one thing, it's addressed well in here, but autism and mental disability or hearing loss, is completely different ball game, which modular approach may not works, or it needs to be explored further, I think, for you to have this kind of convincing argument. Thank you.
Can you explain to the juries, the judges, where is this place in Vietnam? the location of the project, where will it be?
So, before I starting my project, I set this project in the water near the city zone. So it has the potential for people to relax in the weekend, and we need to can attract the city people by the new activities, games, and this aim to target the future generations and the experience in the near future. For example, I aim to the future leaders like Alpha, Gen Z, and how they want in this project, and how we attract the leaders to create an environment for them to attract for the wheelchair users, and we have the treated way to them. And like your question in this presentation, I do a lot of research about model and how this building can serve multi-users. There's no fixing, but very flexible. As you can see, the landscape is play a very important role in the building to solve the one with the loss about physical or mental, based on the green spaces or flowers with different scenes when they experience the building.
Answer you? Location-wise? Sorry. It's all right. Time's up. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you. Thank you, Tan. Right. Next, okay, you can put your translation device to rest. Next, I would like to invite Yong Hui Chi with a project Paradox Unity, Psychotherapeutic of the Symbiosis. A round of applause to Hui Chi. Hey, you guys bring a round of applause. Like, never eat breakfast, is it? All right, over to you.
Before I start my presentation, I would like to ask a question. When was your one last touch with nature? Till I was being introduced to a generation of forest stewards, it kind of stirred up one of my best childhood memories when my parents used to bring me to the forest, wandering around for hours. In my own little world, I perceive nature as something sacred, and I always deeply touched by all of the nature of wonders. Who are the batik, and why do they matter? Other than they are considered one of the oldest nomadic inhabitants in Malaysia that are currently facing global extinction, they are also amongst the most neglected community that does not recognize their sovereignty. As a nomadic hunter-gatherer who have a strong emotional relationship with nature, relocations to forest fringe has made them lost the way of life. We often talk about environmental impact, but what about the cost of damaged emotional environmental relationship with nature? A very good morning to all of you. My name is Yang Hui Chi, and today I would like to present my project named Paradox Unity, a cultural meditative experiencing center for the Batik tribes in Kuala Kor, Kelantan. The site was located in Kuala Kor, and the terrain is frequently encrusted with myths, legends, and religious perceptions. It's not only the spiritual, forest for them is their only world. It's not only their physical provider for their, it also emotional and spiritual fulfillment for themselves. In Batik people eye of view, it's also a dwelling place for other than human beings who frequently become enraged and dangerous if the sites are being polluted or destroyed. Therefore, it can be said that Batik emotional environment is in line with their landscape, and their identity and a sense of place are inextricably linked. However, deforestation, various relocations programs, avalanches of toxic pollutions, has gone beyond being inconvenience and now has even claimed life of 15 Batik members in just 2 weeks. They are currently experiencing a devastating rate of historical loss of life. This has led to a trope of fears, or collective worries about the uncontrollable global process. Batik emotional environments are now in crisis. What is psychotherapeutic? It is an emotion that people feel in relation to Earth and Earth emotions. Based on Earth emotions written by Glenn Elberg, new words are being introduced to describe full range of human emotions in response to the emergent state of Earth. And through creations of hopeful vocabulary with positive emotions, it can actually extract ourselves out of environmental desolations and reignite the love of life. To prevent the tribes to fall into the same trap again, the question is, as an architectural designer, what can we do to make a change? Alongside technological revolution, what we needed is an equally unprecedented cultural revolution in a way how humans relate to nature. Therefore, new memes are being introduced to invite all the generations to create a future where positive earth emotions will prevail over the negative one, to known symbiosis, a period to reintegrate between the human and the rest of nature. Using architecture as a means of narrative and emotions, the master plan of Kuala Lumpur using the concept of symbiosis, focusing on using artistic tools, framing natural view, and allowing visitors to foster a deep love of place. It doesn't start from building a shelter, but rather from creating an experience. It's a journey to a homeostasis awareness that includes recreational, healing and spiritual, educational, and even experiential zone. And interventions like treehouse as spots of wonders, forest of light, forest biospheres, creates a new model on how humans can relate to nature. The result is a place full of beauty and atmosphere, a highly poetic space that strongly influences the emotions of visitors. With this journey created, it not only fosters a greater appreciation to the nature and understand our relationship to it, but also allow us to act with imagination, brave, and respect. Since then, the modern has forsaken the spiritual and moral obligations. The idea was to create a cultural meditative memory center and create an environmental awareness space that cater to spiritual and tourism activities. It's a building that tells stories, a new design that keeps Batik integrity as a people. It's a building that making space for emotions, incorporate theoretical ideologies, narrative of earth emotions. It's a new green building typologies in the forestry that avoiding cutting down trees, a sustainable design. The building can be divided into 3 main parts, namely Garden of Demise, Garden of Healing, and Tower of Symbiosis. The building concept using 2 different contrary emotions, topophobia and eutheria, to describe a full range of human emotions from fear to hopes, where when 2 different contrary spaces being complementary and interconnected, unity of opposites forms a whole. For its form development, the building begins to take its form from avoiding cutting off tree from site. And then it was later connecting lines in between emotional space, resulting into a unique underground experiencing form. And lastly, using wooden lattice to unify the building in a lightweight engaging structures while emphasizing its traditional touching characters. Situated on a slope of hill, it welcomes visitors to approaching from all different directions while blending with natural surroundings. On the ground floor, it can be divided into two main spaces, which is space under the lattice that was catered to cultural programs, and organic blocks in between that are catered to healing and therapy cubicles. The transition of materiality from rammed earth, timber lattice roof to fabric, dark to light, rough to smooth, it creates a dynamically contrasting space throughout the journey. Some approach light, still on ground design, open floor plan with green pocket space, tapered form cubicles that allow formations of canopy of layers, and lastly, lattice roof that allows trees to pass through, are the green design strategies that lessen the negative impact to the environment. Let's move on to the first segment of a building, Garden of Demise. It is an underground experiencing journey that can be divided into 5 main pathways, namely Garden of Demise, Path of Terra Trauma, Path of Solastagia, Path of Eutheria, and Path of Symbiosis. In the Garden of Demise, the entrance meets 15 timber blocks hanging on top of a tree trunk, commemorate the 15 Batik tribes date in the era of Anthropocene. Visitors will feel entrapped and fear when they walk along the zigzag pathway floating on top of a subterranean with irregular off-balancing floor, evoking the fear and anxiety felt by the Batik. In the Path of Terra Trauma, darkness, the absence of light, is part of an experience of light. The visitor will then enter to an ultimate darkness of journey with sharp angular roots in between, evoking a heavy atmosphere created by confined walls and minimal enterings. In Path of Solastagia, surrounded by tall and bold, frail and massive columns. We can't see through it, but only choose to move through it. As we come closer and closer to however, what awaited at the end is not a beautiful route, but rather a dead end. The feeling of lost and disappointed are the message that wanted to bring out. In the Path of Eutheria, in this state, the division between the self and the rest of nature are dissolved, and a state of harmony is entered. It's a journey that covers man with water, earth, and light. The raw interactions with living earth give the visitor good earth feelings, and let the frame guide your way throughout the journeys. The courtyard is open towards the sky, where visitor can experience the natural light, wind, rain, and sound directly, while listening to the bird chirping sound and water cascading sounds. Lastly, leading by the lights, there was a stairs leading up to the end of a cave light, represent the continuations of Batik history and give a sense of hope. So in this pathway, it's a pathway that transforms the entire structures into a discourse of Batik history and lifestyles. And go on to the second segment of the building, Tower of Symbiosis. It is a continuous curving facade that offers a panoramic view of the landscapes. And it is also a meditative towers that encourage people to look inside our center and seek for personal connections. The spaces include meditative cubicles and a central space. In the Garden of Healing, it's a garden brimming with plants that promotes a sense of well-being and hopefulness. It's also a place that introduces Batik healing therapy methods, which include herb treatment and faith healing spaces. aromatherapy, herbs gardens, and even exorcism space are being introduced. Besides healing garden and meditative space inspire us to connect with light and nature, roof thatching, dart carving, and shaman healing system, proper documentations of intangible cultural heritage are being introduced in the living museum and workshop that allowing more and more people being exposed to forest guardian histories, cultures, and traditional knowledge. All in all, it's a center that promotes cultural resilience, social inclusions, and well-being of Batik tribes more broadly. It's a building that tells story, a new design that keeps Batik integrity as a people. It's a building that makes space for emotions, incorporate symbiosis theoretical ideologies, and it's also an environment that present a new model on how humans relate to nature. By respecting nature, we know how to best protect it, ensuring there is still much for the future generations to enjoy. When we lose the Batik, we will lose an important part of our country heritage that will have helped in our fight for helping to fight our natural resources. Only through the acknowledgements and incorporations of Batik emotional response towards Earth and feeling of insecurities, despair and hopelessness felt by the Batik, I strongly believe can the Batik tribes have a continuous futures and the human beings are able to preview over the negative feelings and entering into a new journeys of optimistic futures. To have a commitment to actions require hopes, where the actions will lead to a good outcomes. Symbiosis gives all the reasons to commit to a futures that unlock humans' creative potentials and to return humanity to a great Earth project of a shared life. That's all for my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Hui Chi. Thank you. Judges, the floor is yours. Anyone? Daniel? Raza? Daniel and Raza? Raza, then Daniel. All right.
Thank you. As a general note, I think I'm very impressed by topics or areas of interest that students have picked. And I think this is a very sensitive and responsible one. And I think that's a great thing. I'm curious that in your mind, how is your project different from a museum? Like, where people come in, you try to just showcase something. And on the other hand, I think, like you have this garden of demise, and there's, you want to explain the sense of loss and wrongdoing in some ways. And I think if visitors, it's for visitors who don't live in the forest, right? So they will already know, because where they come from is actually the garden of demise. All our cities are the garden of demise already. So I think a lot of effort into showing the negative part of what we are doing is probably not necessary in a project like this. But I think I'm more interested in knowing how you compare it to just a regular museum trying to preserve something. And I think also I'm not clear how you can create social inclusion by just bringing more people into their environment that you want to protect. You actually want to protect them from the people who you're bringing in. So it's a bit of a gray area for me to understand there. Thanks.
Okay.
So can you answer, Raza, in the sense that what is your design different from just a conventional museum? Yeah.
All right. So it's actually not a museum, but I want to build a building that creates emotions. Like, because Batik, these tribes, is one of the oldest nomadic inhabitants in Malaysia that currently facing global extinction. And I wanted to bring out like the message that the Batik tribes currently facing, the emotion they are currently facing. So through incorporations like the negative feelings, it's not only like having a good emotions in the building, but mainly I want to bring out like a building that tells stories about the hidden, like people do know about these tribes. So maybe through these buildings, it can actually provide some awareness for the visitors, and maybe these tribes can have a continuous futures through introducing the ideologies of symbiosis, where symbiosis is a new vision from that I was inspired by one of a philosopher called Glenn Albert. They say like earth emotions, like they have full range of earth emotions which have negative and positive, but maybe through introducing positive earth emotions, it can extract ourselves from the negative impact. So, and to provide like a future generation have a new visions for the future, like having more positive impact. Yeah.
Thank you. Daniel?
Allow me to help you out in one sense. I think what I really like about your architecture, your design, your form and everything is so appropriate within the jungle setting and things like that. You've got this wooden horizontal trellis that I think fits very nice to kind of spread out the space of a semi-outdoor and semi-indoor a little bit to kind of blend in with the surrounding forest area. And then what I really like much is actually your roof form. I mean, they are very sculptural in nature, lightweight material. And then I think because of the trees and all that, the medium-rise roof form kind of blends in, pop out a little bit among the trees, and then your tower of symbiosis kind of being the taller structures give that dominant sense of verticality, and then you can see it from afar. So I think for that kind of visual image in terms of form, shapes and everything, I really salute how it all comes together in a composition, very nicely put together. I think the only thing that we do not really understand from your presentation is being a place to really showcase the Batik tribes situation. How does actually the visitor arrive and come to this place to learn about their plight? So those are the things that maybe it's not so much architecture, but just an understanding of the context of your project.
Okay.
May I just add also,
Sure.
I think on the roof side, do you find this shape come from certain level of civilization or expression of their culture? Is it part of their tradition to build this type of form so that can help us to understand and relate to them better? Because one thing that I'm a bit confused about, they are nomadic, right?
Yeah.
Usually the nomadic tribes don't have the chance to build civilization. They don't have structures, they keep moving. So do we have evidence of certain shapes or certain architectural form that derive from their culture? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, please answer.
Okay.
Yeah, finish your answer, no worries. Take your time.
So the wooden lattice is actually wanted to represent the roof thatching method by their tribes. So through introducing like the roof thatching, it's not only green building strategies, but also one of the symbols to represent the tribes. Yeah.
Actually, an evening view of what happened with lights and all that, showcasing would be really nice to kind of showcase your project.
Right.
Okay. All right, that would be all. Okay, Lillian, please.
Actually, I don't even know where this Kuala Ko is, but I would like to commend you for a beautiful scheme. Of course, I think the experience of all the spaces is quite wonderful, but the sort of over-intellectualization of the process sometimes detracts from the beautiful spaces you've made. I think the architecture speaks for itself and the experience speaks for itself. And I think I would appreciate all that without any presentation.
Thank you, Lillian. No, anyway, what Lillian is saying is sometimes less is more. Let your design speaks louder than it is. All right?
That's a good thing.
Right? It's a good thing. Both sides is a good thing. Both spectrum is good. All right? Thank you, Lillian. Thank you, Hui Chi, so much for your presentation. All right. I can feel you guys shaking more and more. Those who presented now very relaxed, right? Yeah, like you're done. All right, next on, I would like to invite Chanan Buhaves and his project, Emerald Nexus. Hey, you guys, can you clap your hands? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, over to you.
Oh, this is supposed to be the last one. This is supposed to be the last one. Okay. I believe that once time in your life, everybody was dreaming living a dream community, but sometimes just feel like it's so far-reaching. The Lat Noi or the Little Market is a place where people have been living since the early foundation of Bangkok. The original inhabitants were mostly Chinese immigrants who settled in Thailand. As a result, the Talat Noi became the space that reflects a fusion of influence between Thai and Chinese in many aspects beyond its current. In many aspects such as food, profession, culture, and entertainment. The reason for me to choosing this site because I see the potential for development beyond this current state by picking up the study area of 1 square kilometer. According to the present information, there are more than 13,000 people or around 3,000 households living within the city, and 70% are adult and elderly. Now, I would like you to imagine with me and let me explain how these communities look like. So when you first enter, you're going to see a 100-year-old factory that still has some sense of mystery, surrounded by a 2-story of a commercial building. And when you walk through the community, you will feel moving leaves from a large tree along the canal while neighborhoods spending time speaking and sharing about their daily life. And for the next 5-minute walks, you will see a traditional Chinese temple. And if you see people having a ceremony, they're having fun, it means that today luck is on your side. And if you look out from the right, you're going to see active workers showing their flashy skill crafting a steel work. While you're walking out, and if you start seeing a roof of an El Catholic church, it means that you are on the end of the community. But along the way there's going to be plenty of art walls and decoration sculpture that want you to explore more about this local creativity. But the dream community doesn't go last long when the time passes. Many things have changed. All green atmosphere and environment are slowly disappear and was replacing by a modern building and infrastructure. The canal was blocked by the new road that was later make it unable for any kind of water activity. With this poor connection and unreserved environment, plus when the COVID-19 came to make things seem to make even worse, people losing their jobs and income, there are more stressful increasing in the community, the lack of public space and creative space. That's why it not took so long for many teenagers to start moving out because they feel like this space is no longer belong to them. And the community is starting to lose its aesthetic. But we all know it's never too late to do something because there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Converge, reconnect, pushing the reset button together is a game changer concept to make this dream community come true. By aim to revisualize and use canal by designing an inclusive environment to preserve the beauty of nature while evolving culture and establish a new standard for our community learning-driven city. In this project, as a result, by using the skills that have been inherited from the past that have been shaped for decades, but still need to develop, even it's a valuable asset for the future to become an icon and a career for those who are interested. By using this design program can increase the position of hiring for 1,000 positions. In this project, 7 distinct locations have been selected. Each represents its own unique identity and characteristic for each area. The objective is to identify the most suitable area and efficient for the program, aimed to recreate a craft community to support local business and tourism. These 7 locations will be interconnected to a grand platform spanning across the canal, creating a network that facilitates learning, craft community, and recreational space. With the area design arrangement helping to create a space that can receive people load in different locations in the project, the connector will also serve as a pedestrian bridge between the main river pier and the national train station and an underground train station to the city. While addressing safety concerns and provide a greater convenience for pedestrians, while reducing CO2 using architecture and design to convince people to walk and bike instead of drive. As well as lacking of green space scenario that now we're facing. In the present, Talat Noi has just only 0.5 green area per capita, which a little bit too low for the livable city. So to promote people's life quality and increasing green space under the limitation of the area in the big city like Bangkok, the project aims to integrate all the green area within the study area using the green policy that invite blank land holders to participate in the Community Pocket Park program that both create a gathering space for all interests and ages, providing people with a new ideal setting to spend quality time with friends and family, while establishing a network of interconnect green area that local can conveniently visit within a 15-minute walks for various benefits for both landowner and community. With this strategy and a success rate of 60%, the results show that it can increase the green area per capita in this 1 square kilometer by 450%. Now, please allow me to welcome you and walk you through my dream community project, the Emerald Nexus. Here, what you see is the entrance, designed using line flow from the top by avoiding green, inspired from a Thai traditional house lights that they usually grow in garden on their terrace. And to create a home-like atmosphere and to be harmonious with the site surrounding. The program also first notes is an exhibition and event space decorated by the product made from this craft community, serve as a welcoming program to captivate and invite visitors to explore more about this project. Since you were here, you will see many columns constitute to be our park above the canal. Its construction use a modular system utilizing by a triangle shape with only 5 types of them to connect to create a many kinds of form of area shapes. For most efficient in volumes and area past the sustainability throughout both the construction phase and long-term maintenance. Next, slowly walk to the next 200 meters. You will see a second facade design using a bent wood structure, showing a unique Thai woodwork technique, paint using a Nippon Paint color cedar wood. In the past, the Little Market also very well known of woodwork and handcraft export. Program this notes is a gathering space for people who are interested in woodwork and handcrafting, focusing on wood and sustainable materials. Note number 2 can also lead you to wood communities such as wood barrier and souvenir design. But wait, look, there are more people joining us while we're walking on the canal, because the only entrance is not just only on the first node, but every node and every pocket park can lead you to the park design. After we have a small talk, you will see a facade design using an aluminum pipe, flow from the top paint using a color state-of-art. In the third note is bring together individual interest in woodwork, steel work and steel crafting for who is interested in steel craft. After we cross the highest bridge of the project, the place that you can see all over the community from here, you can see all over the community from here at the above of the bridges. There is an amphitheater opposite side of the school, especially for a student to discuss and have academic free speech, because today communication is a part of the success of urban work. Not for serve as a community hub located close to the community, provide community room for both local and outsider to gather, exchange ideas, discuss collaborative initiative aimed to enhancing community. After we've been on a platform for a while, now I will take you one down step below to see a multi-purpose space, which is an exercise space in the normally situations and can be transformed into an event space during the festival or ceremony. The project also integrates universal design to make sure that anyone can be part of the project by providing a proper slope and tool for all kinds of disability. And the under concept of not only human, the park incorporates the Benja agricultural technique to create a biodiversity. The cultivation of plants in 5 tiers will create an ecosystem reminiscent of a forest, fostering rich biodiversity and maximize land utilization for optimal benefit. With a proper environment, the project will become livable again for many kinds of animals and plants. After we have seen some chilling time with local, now we take you to the next building, which is node number 5. It is originally a commercial building while renovation into an urban study lab. Because today data is very important for decision making and effective planning. For the sustainable development, these places act as a data center to collect all the important data and city-related information to provide a greater convenience for learners and educators as a public classroom for sharing and working for the community whose target to improve city together. But since we hear someone starting to fight to get the way, right? Look at an example right there. There is an observation terrace on every node that you can see, and it will point out where you are and see the closest destination you can go. Because today there are so many leftover materials that being in use and ignored. Node 6 acts as a recycling center, providing an opportunity for everyone to learn the value of repurposing discard items and for the reuse design process. After we having a long walk, I know that everyone is starting to get tired listen to me. Oh, sorry, walking with me. And there is a pavilion around the park that we can rest on. It designed using a modern Thai roof developed from a traditional Thai house, create a sense of the comfortable historical atmosphere like we were back in old times. Then I'll take you to the last node, which is node 7. It functions as a pavilion and act as a connection point to the city, enabling both easy access underground train and another canal pier to the other side of the city. The park function also integrated for sustainable technology, which are solar panel, vertical green, fort garden, and home garden. Plus, there are 3 innovations that apply to be able to install to the column, which is a grow soil, fast-site air application technology, and water treatment technology. Into its design, aligning with the concept of learning city to create a real example of green innovation for learning atmosphere so that everyone can be part to create a better living city in the future. The project will not stop just only one place, but be able to apply to all areas around the world with similar conditions. It can improve local life with similar conditions like these mock-up example areas for the project to place like Georgetown, Cod Peach, Tabin, we don't know which also be able to place the project. And after placing the project, the result outcome is quite effective. In conclusion, it shows that in this 1 square kilometer, it can improve local life quality, greater connectivity, increasing green area within the limit space, create a biodiversity, promote learning, city, opportunity for a new job, and ready to pushing the reset button and looking forward to the future. For today, it's been my honor to serve you as a guide, and Emerald next time will always improve and waiting for your comeback. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Janam. Judges, would you like to take it on? Anyone? Arash, thank you. You want to stand in the middle?
Well, it was very interesting to hear about you directly, and nice presentation. Well, I don't know Bangkok so well, so it's my feeling respecting what I see now in your presentation. Well, I mean, it's very interesting how you jump directly from the previous analysis that you made in terms of green areas per person and in the city, and how the environment changed from actually many years ago till now. And you put an attention, a focus on the natural areas like green areas, and you show us how this rivers change. And it's interesting how to see from the past, when it was a forest with a big river, this river became smaller, and then what I feel is that you cover the river. And I mean, it's this approach. We are in a competition, so you can bring your idea, and it is good from my point of view that you bring this idea. But I mean, it's each idea, each sign that you put have a consequence, you know. What I mean, the water currents that can change when you put this kind of project in the river, and also have an environmental consequence. And also in terms of maintenance as well. You know, if I have to look as an architect, it's this is an idea that it's an idea that maybe give a lot of points of discussions, but in some way it's also a limitation that you just put everything in. I mean, and you cover these water areas that is a part of environmental. And I don't know if from your side, it's an opportunity that you want to have to open a discussion for pushing the reset button. This is my question.
The area wasn't just focused on a already good kind of river, but specifically focused on the unused canal that humans would made and leave it unusable and sometimes hard to access, and sometimes with the improper care, they're gonna slowly destroy the area community around it. So this part of design can be like improve and create a biodiversity in this area to like, so the locals can be a part of the community and feel like the green areas come closer to them.
Okay, the fact that you found this different use for the river, because the canal basically is a flow of water, but I'm sure it's necessary for the drainage of the city and things like that. Now you've created something like a walkway, floating walkway. That's all very great, but I think I take the Ara's point that with all these pylons that you put into the river, it's going to affect the flow. So I think one of the ways to solve this is actually if you could think of a structure that span on either side of the bank of the river, and then not have all this pylon that goes into the water that would block the flow and all that. I think that would help your project in terms of being a little bit more realistic engineering-wise. Yeah, and I think this part of the meandering walk with some shelters or this is kind of nice. I think besides the roads, beside the pathway, at least now the people, the local people now have another scenic path that connects from Node 1 to Node 7, and it's a park connector in some way, which I understand. And I think it can be a very nice experience for the city dwellers and all that. It's just that realistically, I think all these pylons going in the water is not going to work. So if you can find a way to structure them on either side of the bank, spanning across the waterway, that would probably be more realistic.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think, but it's good that you chose the canal and try to give new use to them, and creating a public park on it is a great use. But I think when you're doing making any building, you have to also look at the impact of your building on the environment. And I think that much structure, just the building of all that structure in there, would totally change the nature of that water environment for all the life that's in there. And even if you had built it, then I think all the fish will just have accidents banging into the structure all the time. So I think, you know, the danger of getting too theoretical, academic, and intellectualizing a lot of things is that sometimes you ignore the day-to-day practical, everyday things. And the glory of the river is actually, seeing water flow and animal life, enjoying clean water. And this is just like totally would be a real hazard, I think, to the life of the river. However, I think commendable for the effort to bring people and public space back on the river.
Thank you, Lillian.
Thank you.
All right, that would be all. Thank you, Chanan.
Thank
you, everyone. So we're slightly behind time, but we have one more before the break. So next on, I would like to invite Fazle Rabi with his project, Buriganga, Resuscitating Dhaka's Lifeline. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. It's like I have to beg for your claps. I'm so sad. Okay. Fazle, over to you.
Hello everyone, good morning. I would like to introduce my project through a story of the childhood memories of my grandfather. He told me that he used to catch fishes from the rivers, and after listening from him, I became so much excited and I want to catch fish by myself on my city river. So I go there, but I get junks and garbages all in everywhere. So I become, what is happening? So I go to my grandfather and ask him, what is the story behind? Yes, you guessed it right. I am talking about the river of my city. And my project name is Resuscitating Dhaka's Lifeline. So Dhaka is the largest delta of all over the world. Bangladesh is the largest delta of all over the world, and Dhaka is the capital of Bangladesh. And Dhaka is surrounded by 5 rivers. That means surrounded by water, but lack of pure water, right? So the main river is Buriganga. So if we watch the historical commendations, so Dhaka has celebrated its 400th anniversary as the capital of the world. Capital of the Bangladesh. So Sir Henry Taylor compared it with Venice, and Thomas Buckland constructed a band there, and Patrick Geddes designed recreational space there. So, and Rabindranath Tagore even astonished by the sunset of this river. So oldest painting collected from British Library, we can see the activities like boating, trading, and walking near the shore was there. All the days have been passed. All the day has been passed. We have damages to all of our 5 senses. We have nothing. We have damages to listening, watching, smelling, and tasting. We have lost everything. So despite the river having spoken to a human being, but it feels our activity, right? It feels our activity and changes its color of water into black, when tons of plastics, wastages, and untreated sewage water penetrate the river each and every day. So pause, which is COVID-19, it slowed down the pollution. Yeah, COVID having taken away many things from us, but it revives the mother nature. Green water quality species have improved through this time. So after COVID, it's some post-COVID demands where green walking, exercising, and pollution-free areas and child playing zone areas are badly needed for us to care about our mental and physical health. So it's high time to push the reset button, and the reset button of the Buriganga River and the COVID era also. So can it be the next image of Buriganga Riverfront? Why not? So why there are some variations in walking trails and the environment? Many colorful ghats was, we can see many colorful ghats where different types of boats like traditional boat or hotel boat we can enjoy them from that. So why variations in different pathway to design for different types of people? So in the post-COVID world, there are some classification of people on the basis of the sensitivity. Some people are normal like before, but some people are oversensitive. So at the same time, the oversensitive people, sometimes they remain depressed also. So first we need to address them, then we need to engage them and make them socially active. So how? So we can do this, we can connect the sensitive and depressed people through nature in between. So it can be comfortable for them. So we can do this through greenery in between, and they can slowly learn to interact once again and feel comfortable. So in Dhaka, is it possible to design like this riverfront? Yes, it's possible, but it isn't possible to design the riverbank before we ensure the water quality is improved, right? So if we watch a case study, if Thames River, London have the same scenario of our city, so after 64 years of restoration works through treatment plant, they achieved. So this is the treatment plant process, which is the pre-treatment clarification, membranes and granulation, and the slush thickener process. So if Thames, why not Buriganga? Let's do it. So my site location is stretching from a bridge to an opening of a canal, which is highly polluted. Many eye-soothing structures like Lal Khuti and Asan Manjil is existing there. So I moved my water treatment plant project to the two sides of this beautiful site so that it don't disturb the eyes to see these beautiful structures. So my design inspiration is the meandering characteristics of the river. So on this side, we can see this treatment plant, and on this area, we can see that our child playing zone and walking zone, trails, and other facilities. So where the heritage structure is connected directly to riverfront, which was illegally occupied by some people. So it will connect the visibility to the structure. So if we see the functionality of the treatment plan, the pre-treatment clarification, which is number 2, and here the solid and liquid part of the polluted waters is divided into 2 parts. Then the solid part is moved to number 8, which is sludge thicker, and it thickers the solid part, and it makes it a cake-like substance, which is used for landfilling. And the liquid part, which is moved in number 3, which is membrane filter, which filtered the water, and send it to number 4, which is granulation process, where the taste and the smell is improved, and also the dissolved oxygen level. So if we watch to the plan view, here the pre-treatment process. So the liquid part and the solid part is divided from here, and the solid parts move to the sludge thicker process, and the solid and the liquid part moves to the process. It should be cleaned. So, and the orange part here is the dump rally part, which will collect the junks from rivers. The floating junks will enter through this channel by the force of natural forces of the wave. So why this entire project color is like reddish or the pinkish? So my color is reddish brown, represents the resilience of Bengali people, and the color Mughal pinkish color represents the historical color of this site. So if we watch in the section where the dump rally pot, the natural force push these junks to this pot, and a roller collect the pots to a dumping zone, which is done by solar panel overhead. So does it really work? Yeah, it's work in world's different countries, and it works to clean the water. So local people will engage to my project, and they will collect waste from the dump rally pot. They will divide them into organic or inorganic or plastic, styrofoam, polythene. But the unemployed people can grow their own businesses, and they can employ themselves. So on the treatment plant section, we can see that the sludge thicker and the retaining store, where the retaining is stored, the water is stored. So in this sludge thicker process, solid part needs sometimes water. It produced from the retaining store. So there is the exploded exon of my project, where we can see the roof and the pipe work and supporting post and the other parts of my project. So biodiversity research pod. Biodiversity research pod is designed from the water lily, which is the national flower of my country. So this research pod will clean the underwater 8-inch thick plastic layer. Some plastics are not able to float. They just drop down to the lower level of the river. So this pod will suck them and to the top, and it will clean the underwater biodiversity. So this is the riverfront development of my project, where people can enjoy the traditional kite flying and the traditional whaling and move to the ghats and can explore the boating. Okay, on the sustainability check, there were 3 points: social, economical, and environmental. So in the social, the local people will engage to my project, and the local material, recoated steel, is used for my project. And the economical part, water tourism will be improved and job opportunity will be improved. And the environmental condition, connection with green and the scenic beauty of this riverfront will be ensured once again. So we can see some before-after images. So people can can enjoy their professions once again. They can catch fish from the rivers. So children also can enjoy a beautiful, flowery environment, and they used to play on the plastic field area. So they have rights. They have the future generation have rights to enjoy nature. All the nature is not for us. We have to be conscious about the future generation. What will they will be enjoying if there is no nature? All the nature is for us. Some nature we have to keep for themselves, for them. Okay, no child like me will never get back to home without fish, as fish is our main food. So a boy is swimming on a polluted river, but his childhood memories should be swimming on a fresh water, like a clean environment. So a boy is collecting water lily from the river, where before he was just collecting junks or other things. So that will be the final look of my project, and it will revive the traditional Dhaka look once again with the kite flying facility, where the traditional kite flying, everyone fly the kites. So this will be the next image of Dhaka. Thank you so much. This is my final.
Thank you so much, Fazle. All right, this is Brendan 2.0, so in case you don't know. All right, questions, judges? Yes, Reza.
Thank you. In terms of context, I enjoyed two things. One, that somebody is finally learning from COVID. I remember the COVID times fondly, because where I live, we didn't have blue skies anymore, or birds and sounds of birds, and COVID brought it back.
Yeah.
And now we've lost it again. So
yeah.
I kind of like that time, and you're trying to learn from it and apply it,
yeah.
which is good. The other contextual thing which I like is that another project in Bangladesh last year, I was part of the Aga Khan jury's review process,
yeah.
and we gave an award to a project in Bangladesh that was of a waterfront, and it was a very simple project. But there was a great message, and it looks like somebody is listening to the message and trying to take it further, which I think is very encouraging for a young designer. So I think on both these accounts, I really like this project. Although I think a lot of your talk is about technical stuff.
Yeah.
About designing pods and designing these, sludge thickers and all this kind of thing. So I think maybe you can take the license and say that there is a treatment center or a treatment plant, and don't, all of that time you could spend on drawing, designing, and explaining a little more about how I will enjoy this step, how the water will rise at a certain time and then fall at a certain time, and what happens to the edge. Because the edge and the edge of a water is a very interesting, dynamic sort of situation. So I just wish, as a general note, that
yeah.
you could use all of that time rather than putting into technical processes, put it into, embellish your design a little more. Thanks.
Thank you. On the pods where we can see in this section, there will be adjusted through the floating pod. When the water level rise, the pod will be rise with the water. So it can take the plastics. So, and I just focused on to hold the birds which comes in the COVID, and don't let them just fly away. I want to keep them in my site. So as the site is polluted, they move back. So if the water is clear again, they will come back to and will be there.
Okay. Any more questions from judges? Okay, Arash.
I was really interested by your project. I mean, it's a nice presentation. It's very efficient presentation. And well, I'm agree with Architect Dada because it's you go very through to many technical issue. The first part of presentation, the treatment, that is a worldwide problem about the water treatment and the river treatment, the pollution and so on. I think that this can be a good opportunity, just a suggestion, to start thinking about a more team working project to develop it. Because it's a good opportunity, because I think it's difficult to say if the quantity of solar panel that you put is enough to allow the chance to actually the power and the electricity that needs the project to go on. But in another point of view, you show us the river shape that you propose here as a design. But I wanted to know if you think that these shapes can work in general, or it's. I would like to understand better this area that you put some covering space, some shapes, and so on. What kind of materials you think it can be built, and how that can it work, and how the people can use it.
Okay. So why this is too much contemporary, right? So I took the philosophy which is old versus new. The philosophy which is people like the contemporary structure. People is in our country is forgetting the past and the structures. So I want to attract them with a contemporary structure. But when they come in the site and enjoy the trails, they look, this is my heritage. I should look them. I should go there. What is there? So they will enjoy the heritage and learn from them. And we know without history, we are nothing.
Does that answer the question?
Not yet, because I don't understand how. I mean, the shape that is this one. I mean, you put a lot of focus on the water. That's okay. I understand and to completely agree. But in terms of this architectural project, your idea, I mean, exactly this picture, these shapes, this covering, and actually shadows elements and so on in red color and, traditional color. But how do you think that this area will be built and will be used? What kind of actually functionality you think or is just a walkway and
Yeah, in our country there are some boat making traditional mechanics. They can make the round boards so the mechanics can be used to build this construction, like boat making construction where steel frame and the wood will be used to coverings.
Yeah, would that be okay for now? Okay, all right, thank you so much, Fazle.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we are actually 10 minutes behind time, okay? We were supposed to start with the next finalists after break at 11:20, and now it's 11:20. So it'll be great if everyone can come back to the room at 11:30 sharp, okay? So make your priority toilet first, okay? Toilet, then take food and come back in. That's it. Okay? Don't eat outside, eat inside. All right? So toilet, food, take it on your plate and come back into the hall. All right? When all judges are in, I'll probably start earlier if possible, when all judges are present. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
Okay, so let's start with the next session. Okay, judges, you can be seated, right? All right, so the next presenter is Mr. Vaibhav Daivi with the project title, Weaving the Future of Konoma, Nagaland. So yeah, give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vaibhav Dalvi. I am presenting my thesis, Weaving the Future of Konoma, Bamboo Research and Learning Center. It starts with the famous quote by Richard Rogers. Richard Rogers, architecture is measured against the past you built in the present and try to imagine the future. 2 years back, during my internship days in Kohima, I often used to visit Konoma. Konoma is known as Asia's first green village, situated near Indo-Myanmar border in the Indian state of Nagaland. Located 20 kilometers west of Kohima, the village is surrounded by some gigantic hills as high as 9,000 feet. The hills that surrounded the village run along the ridge, which is one of the characteristics of Angami village, and its domains extend from the rice fields to the uplands of the Bareil range. This part of Nagaland is primarily occupied by Angami tribe, one of the 16 tribes of the Nagas. The centuries-old village has a very less population. It approximately has 600 households. The rich architecture and the culture of the place are still seen through the community that is still living there. From young children to the old, everyone has a place in the village, and there is a feeling of belonging. Especially the women are more active than men. They do household work, farming, and the Naga shawl and basket weaving. Each visit to Konoma brought a new story, and every story, the concern to conserve the culture, material, and architecture of the space become much stronger. Here is the story of Angami tribe from hunting to the farming. Hunting was once considered sacred and a significant way of life. Trapogon is the state bird of Nagaland. In early 1990s, the people of Konoma killed around 300 trapogons just in 1 week as a part of hunting competition. That time, trapogons were urged of its extinction. That's when certain villagers and elders got concerned about wildlife in Konoma. And they started to create awareness about the significance of protecting the wildlife. Among all families were into hunting before the ban was imposed, whereas around 20 to 30 households were dependent on it. However, now almost everyone has shifted to the farming and other activities like basket and shawl weaving, ecotourism. Although there are reports of hunting still taking place on much smaller scale though, Konoma is all set in its fight for conservation. After becoming green village, it attracted too many outsiders to witness its beauty, and need of hospitality increases, and all the equations started changing. Meet my friend Vico Sato, who is the tourist guide as well as a cane basket weaver. He told me about the challenges faced by the new generation, increase in population pushing youth to the cities. There is no particular job that can sustain their whole family. And his father thinks oppositely that youth is diverted because they don't know the value of this land. They need to get merged into the context. So basically, they have enough resources to generate a self-sustainable cycle. Some concerns that I observed in the village. On my first visit, I saw a building which struck me. What is this concrete tower doing in this traditional village? After inquiring, I found out it's a building which will accommodate tourists around the world, and will have some gathering spaces for the village community. Will this concrete block create the future of the newborn? It's not late. Let's press the reset button together and make this world greener. This is the documentation. Form follows the function. But here, form follows climate. I have documented some existing building structures, Naga houses and more rooms, a place to stay for boy soldiers and their traditional houses, were a great example of how space syntax responded to the planning and construction of the structure. Considering the building material, they used to build modular houses with the common measurement finalized by anthropometry. Space was usually divided into the entrance porch with the weaving area and the fireplace, followed by the central living space that culminates into the kitchen and the storage. A simple linear flow of spaces was enclosed by the timber rooms and bamboo beams and the columns, surrounded by other house and the more rooms. One cluster is formed by the binding these houses and more rooms with the central open multipurpose space. Many of such living clusters form a village which merges into the nature as we go down. Everything starts with the nature, like this water stream, surrounded with the beautiful paddy fields which are enclosed in rainforest. The top parts mainly has alder trees. These alder trees are not cut but pollarded, yielding wood for fuel and light construction. Then comes bamboo plantations, and then comes the societies called khel. This is the top khel, then comes the middle khel, and then comes the lower khel. The village has pathways from every house that culminates in the farmland. Village life is closely linked with the nature. Agriculture is organic and people mostly practice terrace farming, with the rice being the main crop cultivated in the village. Alder tree perform task of nitrogen fixing. After the fallow period, the plots are cultivated again. Each family also has a shifting cultivation or a zoom plots at the edge of the forest. Here a variety of crops is grown, are soybeans, garlic, ginger, chilies, and all the vegetables along the alder trees. The zoom plots are cultivated for 2 to 3 consecutive years, and then left fallow for 3 to 4 years to regenerate naturally. Wood is the primary fuel used in homes. It is common to see stockpiles of the wood in the village. A fixed amount of wood is permitted to each family for its annual needs, and no felling or commercial logging is allowed beyond this. Hunting has traditionally been a very much part of Naga way of life. It was a radical step for villagers council to ban hunting. Homes and community houses are still decorated with trophies, considered a symbol of valor and skill. Once constructed of mud and timber, villages' homes are now mostly made up of brick and concrete with the tin roofs. However, the local natural material like bamboo continues to be used for the smaller purposes. Skilled artisans makes their fine baskets sitting at the home. Living and working spaces are not demarcated. There is always a rhythm of family life around the craftsman. Tools made with the traditional technology are used to cut bamboos. The Angamis are known for their superlative basketry skills. Local cane and bamboo gathered from the forest and around the fields are the raw material used. Ban on timber made it green village, but it snatched its heritage values. Nagaland, and especially Konoma, is blessed with the natural assets like bamboo. It sits comfortable and cozy around the green backdrop of the rich bamboo plantation. While documenting the community for new structures coming up, bamboo is the only used for aesthetic purposes, while concrete and brick are used for the structural purposes. Knowledge of using bamboo structures is fading away with the time. Adapting to the new technology, the community is neglecting bamboo as a natural response to its microclimate, while bricks and concretes create damp conditions. Present days, flat roof construction are creating leakages problems, which is not an ideal response to the amount of rainfall area witnesses. The concern I had regarding Konoma's return to the bamboo increased after while seeing this scenario, which is the reason I proposed the Insert Bamboo Learning and Research Center. The aim of the Insert is to encourage local to identify the potential of bamboo and practice their weaving skills. It stands testimony to the traditional building technology and the form. So the villagers will teach tourists how to weave the basket, and the bamboo experts around the world will teach them the construction techniques. Overall planning follows the contour lines, and hence the clusters simply sit together the way the site allows. The pathways are perforating through the whole site, which connects to the village road network. To follow that rhythm, every design structure also has a staircase that opens up on the ground and leads to the farmlands without disturbing the previous planning. The left side of the site holds all the living spaces and the dormitories, while the central place have a primary school, act as a nucleus insert where every child learns about their culture, community, just by being present in that structures. While the right side of the site holds the workshop areas. The insert ultimately merges with the surrounding and became one of entity for the community. It in true sense. It captures the spirit of the place. Section is explaining how the surrounding is getting merged with the design by playing in levels and many flexible and multi-usable spaces. Materials like stone, bamboo, mud teaches everyone to be humble with the design and creative with the approach. The building techniques connect one back to the roots from where they evolved, especially to space and the people. Taking cues from the traditional building techniques and planning and designed a module that replaced timber roofing with the bamboo. Dynamic structure of canteen shows the modern bamboo construction. Open to sky spaces used for various purposes from festival to the small activities. Bamboo treatment plant sit just after the construction workshop. So we come to module. Taking into consideration of earthquake zone, I designed a body of the house with waterland dome construction with bamboo as a reinforcement. It ensured the home stability and sustainability. As village sits on the hilltop, the irony of heavy rainfall and scarcity of water is emphasized. Using the solid stone, the waterproofing, the footing underneath the structure will act as a water tank, which could be a wise solution to the problem. The water tanks will hold water throughout the entire 7 months rainy season and be useful to them for the remaining 3 months. And it will flow and keep creating energy waves. Standing on the solid stone footing structure goes around plus 1 story high. The vertical division of spaces is such that the entire ground floor is given to workshops that have natural spillover space from the surrounding plinth. The upper floor is dedicated to the research learning areas with a separate entry and a narrow passages which are internally linked. Structure stands alone since connecting pathways could determine during an earthquake. These modular blocks will easily built by local community. The insert is something which is of the people, for the people, and by the people. So this is the detail of clusters. So the construction of bamboo, we can use multiple methods to bind it. So one is by pegs, one is by tying it, and one is by steel bolts. So it depends on the condition where it's standing. So this is the 1:5 scale model. So I and my one friend made it in one whole day. So if we large the scale, the 10 people will make this model on the scale in one day. So it will be very helpful in many natural calamities. So at the last, the higher the buildings, the lower the morals. At the end, I'll say we together should start a bamboo movement and avoid the incidents like Joshimat in Uttarakhand, floods in Pakistan, earthquake in Haiti, and many other incidents like that, and save our tribal and rural communities and their culture throughout the world. Look after the land, and the land will look after you. If you destroy the land, it will destroy you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vaibhav. All right, questions from judges? Any questions from judges? Yeah, okay, Daniel.
It's quite difficult for me to actually comment on this one. I can only say that based on the presentation images, that you have positioned your buildings in relation to the contour of the site and all that. But however, the part that, kind of takes the terrain of the site is, I realize that now it's actually a water tank, and your buildings are actually built on top of it. And also your presentation's kind of devoid of how it's integrated with the overall landscape. I don't see any plants in the whole thing. So I don't know, maybe it's not fair for me because I'm not really familiar, but I wish that the overall design is a bit more integrated, you know, with the initial images of that you've shown of the surrounding area. But I do see the thatched roof, the building material use is very localized, and then the bamboo, of course, is local material, and the art of weaving, all that comes into play. Yeah, that's about it. All I can say. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Any more?
Yeah, I just want to also share the same, I would say, appreciation of, I think you've done a really good model. I like the fact that you do also even almost like a life scale, although it's probably smaller scale. But I think I can see that you enjoy the process of, showing your case to us. This is a place that is very difficult for us to understand, I'm pretty sure, but I think now with your methods of doing the models and also trying to do the life scale model, then it's helped us to understand more. But then I think you spend a lot of time explaining what your case is, but then I think exploration about the design itself is still a bit fragmented. I think we see a little bit here and there, snapshots, but as an integrated community, I think you can expand the time more to spend more time to explain the case. You do have, in fact, Bamboo Research and Learning Center, right?
Yeah.
Whereas right now what we are seeing more as a living unit, not actually I think you have many buildings that you want to explain, right? Yeah, if you can have more time to explain about that and how that actually works as a community and relate that with what is the traditional value. I think this is an indigenous people as well. What would be the value and how from the existing one, and how do you actually propose the new one being transformed? Because you mentioned about the future of the Konoma. So I think elaborating that will be better. And also, I just want to have a curiosity. How do people get water here? Because you are up in the hill.
Yes. So there are natural streams which will connect the water tanks beneath the structure. So there is no large water body there.
But so how the fresh water come from other than the rain?
There are more heights. There are more height of hills there.
Oh, there are more reservoir on the higher ground.
Yes.
Okay.
There are many vertex turbines also which will generate electricity.
There's no ground extraction like a deep well? No. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Why couldn't you create a retention pond or some reservoir rather than actually having individual water tanks where your structure is built on top?
Okay, so this is the flowing thing. It will flow through the structures. Creating a pond, there is no space to create that scale of pond in that village. So it's very dense and the buildings are very close to each other. There is no such large space to create a pond there.
But the issue with the individual retention area or collection area is the sanitation level and also the cleanliness of that. Because if it's done domestically in each houses, every house will have a different standard, so to speak.
This is the cleanest village of Asia.
Oh, wow. But over the time, when the tourists come and they start to dump and bring in different cultures, then you will start to see those values start to deteriorating, because there will be modernization, there will be plastic garbage, there will be even disease coming in from the external, because there is a tourist center coming up, right? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, be aware about that. With the retention pond, you can at least, the city will handle that, or the village can handle that. Sanitation level can be managed at least to the quality that is similar for everyone.
Okay.
But of course, you need pumps at the end of the day, because you are on the high hill, you collect it on the bottom, you need to pump it back and forth. Yeah. But, yeah. Interesting.
Thank you.
solution. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Vaibhav. Thank you, judges. I'm back from my translation duties. Next, I would like to extend our warm welcome to Salima Siddiqui and her project Kwendo Core, also called Sisters Home. Over to you, Salima.
Oh, to be a refugee. Would you label me greedy or needy if I asked for something beyond survival? If I could ask for some place where I could play the tunes of my homeland, where I could play for I want to be free, where I could play the scenes of my daydreams, where I could play the mediator, the moderator, the master who teaches lessons and teaches at schools beyond the mountains, or the master who skillfully weaves from the threads of their homeland the fabric of refuge, or the master who's able to dictate and tell the difference between wrong and right. I take no dictation, I give none, but what I do take are colors. Colors of the trees as they burned in war, colors that we bled, colors of my homeland, for this land sometimes feels gray and bleak. But this is my homeland, for I was born here and raised here. Maybe not born here, but raised here. Maybe neither born here nor raised here, but I felt safe here, but I felt like I lived here. Hi, I'm Salima, and my project is titled Kwendo Core, which is the Dari language word for Sisters Home. It's a placemaking project. Whoops, slides are quite. Can we restart the presentation? Okay. It's a placemaking, learning, and opportunity center for Afghan refugee women living in the slums of Karachi. So it's a place-making project for Afghan refugee women by capturing the essence of a hujra. I'd briefly explain what a hujra is. A hujra is a place reserved for the Afghan men in its culture, where the men come together, share their sorrow, their joy, they learn, they teach. However, there is no female alternative for this space. Another idea that I was dealing with was the idea of home. Granted that COVID cooped us all in our homes, a lot of people questioned what home was. And for many, that definition was blur. They felt placeless. And who else feels more placeless than a refugee? Coming from a refugee family myself, I tried to understand their plight. And after 43 years of hosting Afghan refugees in Pakistan, this place has become like informal settlements instead of those camps. So to understand the plights of the refugee, literature helped guide me to understand this inescapable urge of forever being somewhere and belonging, and that is the phenomenology of place-making, which is a key theme for my project. In the case of Karachi's Afghan Basti, which is the only UN-recognized Afghan camp, however, due to its location on the outskirts of the city, it is in the most deplorable condition, with only 2 empty plots available. As I went to the site and my field visits, I posed one question to everyone: what does home mean to you? The men talked about safety, refuge, lack of fear, and the women, they called it Jahannam, which means hell. It's really unfortunate to see that in an already marginalized group of Afghan refugees, there's a further more vulnerable group, that is the Afghan refugee women. In a basti that appears to be ungoverned, the movement and the growth of its women was restricted and governed. So I wanted to empower the women. They became my primary user. And the easiest way to empower someone is through economic empowerment. I studied the existing economic patterns of women in the Afghan Basti. So they worked in small cottage industries as community response workers, as traditional crafts worker teachers, and I decided to exploit that and derive my program through it. Of course, in order to make a female-centric space, I had to study the female movement patterns in the Basti, and I realized that most of the women existed in this market, the textile market, also known as the Muhajir market, as you can see over here. However, the bazaar and the streets, they became this hujra. The men had taken over, and there was no space left for women. There's also the scrap market. The scrap market is somewhere where we could also source building materials for. Pedestrian movements and vehicular movement helped me understand that wherever there was vehicles, there were no women's, which caused the streets to become extremely gendered. Further literature helped me understand how proximity, spatial organization, and spatial agency empowers people. Hence, spatial agency was one of the core ideas that I also worked with. Appropriation of spaces and participation in construction and design of the user helps them create this ownership of the space. And so the two key ideas were phenomenology of placemaking and participatory design. To understand the spaces that the women were already comfortable with, I tried to study the spatial climate of the Basti. I see there's a lot of open spaces, but all of these open spaces are enclosed within their houses, creating these introverted spaces, while the materials used are mud sourced from the nearby riverbed. And so, as we know, spatial appropriation is important, but also programmatic appropriation is important. So I tried to create these intangible cultural connections and tangible cultural heritage. So this hujra for women is essentially a socializing space, a support space, a learning and a teaching space, while through traditional Afghan carpet weaving and culinary and gastronomy in a soup kitchen is how the women will come together and connect with one another. So my site that I picked out was essentially located centrally within the Basti, near the existing women's market, so ease of accessibility, and its presence next to an Eidgah, a male-only prayer space. This women-only space subtly challenges the social norms. My 0.6-acre site is also present next to a 12-feet-high cut cliff, which allowed me to play with the contextual geometry. Because it's participatory design, I made maquettes and took them to the site. I asked my women, what do they want? They steered clear away from the linearity. They wanted soft, sinuous forms that were feminine and something that would stand out as comparison to what was already existing in the site. So I already talked about the idea of sinuous forms. Closed-loop circulation was important because it helped us in achieving these increasing chance encounters, creating this sense of familiarity. Interconnected open spaces is important because that's the kind of typology the women are used to. And then framing stories and narratives through circulation. So now there's a lot of walkways. With only 30% of my site built, I created these walkways around the site, and they were covered because of the sunny nature of the city. But the framing through the soft arches essentially helped frame the stories and the narrative that were being built. So when you're approaching the site from here, you see this soft kind of like boundary wall that wraps around and turns into a planter. This is also the primary buffer for our site, so that there's a smoother transition from public to private space as we move inwards. And we also see over here that this wall kind of turns around and turns into this bread shop or naan shop. Essentially, a naan shop that we see present over here is because women said their access to the naan or the bread was restricted by men. So this is a space by the women, for the women. We see that the wall kind of like juts out slightly, inviting you into this portal. This entrance is also very strategically located towards the lane that takes you to the textile market. And so as you stand at the first portal, it frames the second portal, almost inviting you on the inside. And in between the two, we have the secondary buffer present. The secondary buffer that's present over here on one side, we see there's fruit tree groves of fruits, of fig and mulberry, which reminds you of Afghanistan, which reminds them of home. And on the other side, we see this children's play area, because you cannot empower women without including their children into the scheme. in terms of materiality, the mud from the nearby riverbed will be used, and the women will make these stabilized hollow earth blocks in themselves so that they're part of the construction. As you peer towards the side, you kind of see that the structure appears to be floating. The reason why I've done that is, the way I've done this is that I've raised the form on pilates, pushed the pilates back. This makes the space appear more magical, whimsical, because this is their own private little secluded space. And this also helps tackle the waterlogging problem that is in the area because of the lack of sewage systems. We see that this portal kind of invites us in. And if we go back, you also see the specifically designed brise-soleils with integrated planters. These brise-soleils provide view towards the inside, view towards the outside, but not inside, while also letting the wind enter into the space. So as you're into the scheme, the portal kind of turns around and it tucks you away. And it makes the Afghan woman feel safer as she moves through the dance of these arched walkways, and she takes her burqa off because now she's in a space that's her own to claim, and takes take off. As she's moving towards these framed trees over here, she finds herself into the central artery or the central thoroughfare which connects all of the functions together. This central artery has a plain blank white wall that they can use as a mural wall and use all the paints and all the colors that they want to paint their heart's desires. We also see this arched walkway with the underside painted pink, which is like a very subtle nod towards femininity. Besides that, we also see this water channel that runs alongside this central walkway. This is a reminder to the baghs or the gardens in Afghanistan that were modeled after heavens. Granted that I talked about the women thought of this space as hell, the reminder of heaven is something that's extremely important in this space. Right off the bat, our first function is the counselor's room. So as we see the counselor's room, the wall kind of tucks in and creates this cocoon where you can sit and wait for your counselor to call you in. This is the counselor's room, and this is the waiting area for it. And the other function is the fun part of the scheme. So this is the open-air theater. So this is where the hujra's entertainment aspect comes in. So you can entertain yourselves. The frames kind of like frame the stories and the narratives, but this could also be a flexible space used for teaching. We can also see the way the columns kind of turn around and create these interesting sitting spaces. And then towards this side of the scheme, you see the soup kitchen. The soup kitchen is supplemented by this terraced vegetable garden, which further continues onto the back side of the plot, which acts as a rainwater buffer from the cut cliff that's present behind. And as I spoke about the presence of kids, so here's the children's playing area, and here's the dining hall, so that the kids can easily access the dining hall and have maybe their only proper meal of their day with the comfort of their own mother in their own space. Then, of course, you have the carpet making facility, which is the primary bread earner for the women. And from here, you kind of like access the service entrance and the storage in the warehouse. And then these terrace steps essentially provide you a space for all the functions like dyeing, drying, cleaning your wool out. And then further, there's this hall, this empty flexible hall in which you can sit and weave your carpet and you can actually embroidery. But because I wanted to give women this kind of control over how they occupy the space, this space can also be used for something else. Maybe they don't feel like making carpets, they can use this empty hall as something else. Another layer of flexibility and control is that if they don't feel like using this hall for carpet making, they can sit out in this stepped courtyard where they can see their children running around and they can see them playing. They're sitting by this, the sound of the waterfall, and they can sit on the steps and embroidery and weave. And the final layer of the flexibility is how the space transforms itself. So by the daytime, they're making carpets, and at the nighttime, it becomes a space of festival. So the women can celebrate Nowruz, Eid, or multiple functions like that. And so the reset button is pressed, where the women have questioned the status quo This sinuous roof form almost becomes symbolic of the whales flying away into the wind as the women dance to the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Thank you.
Thank you, Salima. The floor is yours, judges. Lillian, I saw you have a great smile on your face. You want to start first? I think next time all the judges will just like, don't give Brendan an expression to catch. Thank you, Lillian. Over to you.
It's been an interesting presentation. We've got crusaders, lobbyists, and now poets. Beautiful presentation, and I think it's actually quite well thought through, because the creation of little spaces as well as large spaces. I don't have anything negative to say. Well done.
Well done. Thank you. Daniel, please.
If this is a job interview, you nail it. Yeah. By far, the best in-person presentation. Very well spoken, scriptless. And I think really salute the project. It's very meaningful place for women to really in a place dominated by men. And I think very successful in terms of integration of the elements, in terms of the wind, the looking out and blocking the view from the outside in and all that. I think is and also floating up the ground floor to kind of take into consideration the sanitations and the rainwater situation of the site and everything is quite contextual. So yeah, overall, very impressive. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Arash?
Yes, I completely agree with Daniel, and I mean, it's my congratulations for you. And I think that you put a lot of passion in this project, and we feel, I think everybody feeling. And but in terms of design point of view, I would like to ask you one question actually. It's, I mean, you put a lot of elements. For sure, you close this area because we have to. And but I see a lot of different kind of sign in terms of design of the building. I mean, architectural design. I didn't see a main character or one style that give me an harmony into the building. I see a lot of different elements. You do not use too much color because you give the idea and the freedom to use the wall as a space for art and communication by their own. But another way, my question is why you didn't choose one main style to give an harmony into the place?
Okay, granted that I spoke about this was participatory design. So it was actually one of those processes where I spent hours and hours on the site with the women. So it was really hard because there was also a language barrier. They spoke Dari, I only spoke Urdu. So we gathered material, we went on site, we sat there, spent hours trying to like come up with things that they liked and how they would envision their own space to be like. And so this was one of those things that they arrived at, and I was no one to question them in that case.
Just because it's great, but it's also an opportunity, you know, that you have in an architectural competition, in a design competition, where you can move on also, because at the end it's an architectural competition. So it's interesting also to have this more power to design, because you give the space, the functionality, the social aspect, but maybe also a little bit more into design can be fantastic.
So overall form, of course, was something that these guys helped me inspire and arrive at. But I tried to create these small little follies, so like little moments, little pockets of spaces where they could have their moment of solace, their heavenly feel. And that was, I felt like, where my design had to come through.
Thank you. Yes.
I also echo the comments. You have a very strong repetition of arches. Is it something relatable to the context there?
For sure. So we see a lot of arches appearing, recurring in the Afghan culture also. It has a lot of Islamic connotation, granted that the entire Basti is according to the people living there, it's only Muslims living there. So the context is something that's relatable. Granted that I spoke about appropriation of the spaces that they were comfortable with and they had envisioned with. So that was the reason why I integrated arches. And also, it's one of those ideas that's reflected into a lot of like heavenly Islamic spaces. We were creating the counter of hell, which is heaven. And so I felt like these were one of the elements that I had to repeat and bring in. And again, to add softness to the entire space.
Okay, another thing that I observed, you are creating almost, it's very actually a good refuge, but it's almost like a fortress-like. You kind of like shelter yourself from outside world. Is there any sort of like message or any so-called effort to engage with other outside, trying to probably have an intermediate space between what is private and protected behind, but then you also want to display and probably showcase certain level of message to the outside society? Is that appropriate?
Okay. So this is present in the middle of the Afghan refugee camp, and I did not want the men to be a part of this. Absolutely no way in hell the men are coming inside. This is a space by the women, for the women. They have no other space to call their own homes are not their safe space. So this is for them, and if this means that the men feel threatened, that's fine, I'm okay with it.
Traditionally, does the women wear veils in this place?
Because of Karachi's context, interestingly, they're evolving. So I saw a lot of the women, because like it's a metropolis, and these guys are really far away from the Afghan border. So I saw them evolving a little bit. A lot of them were letting go of the traditional Afghan burqa, and they were moving on to more like scarves and things like that. But the men told them what to do. They had no choice in how they dressed or how they lived.
Okay, so it's quite poetic that your roof forms, as you mentioned in your presentation, this undulating roof forms kind of like symbolic of the lifting of the veil for the women, and it's a liberating thing for them, right? So I think, yeah, I really like that touch. It's a very poetic touch, and I think it's fun to know that not only is the design functional and all that, it's also very poetic and reflection that this is really a center for women, and it's a symbol of the time that the women has a place in society, and for them to be liberated and have equal rights, that's the right thing for going forward. Like that very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Salima. So just so you know that the poem that she recited is an original work of herself. She wrote that poem. Yeah, just so you know. Next, let's put our attention for Aldrich D. Remote with his project Bakawoni One-Stop Shop Government and Civic Center. All right.
Good day, judges. I am Aldrich D. Ramot, an aspirant to be the first ever Designer of the Year from the Philippines. So let me tell you the story of an entrepreneur named Mr. Yang, who had a passion for entrepreneurship. He had a vision for his coffee shop that offers locally made products, but it required significant investment to develop. Despite his hard work and dedication, the business struggled to gain traction. Meanwhile, in another case, Ayesha started her scholarship to apply for college to make it more affordable. But she had a difficult time with lengthy applications and long queuing lines in securing these services, where she began to feel discouraged. In another case, Desiree started her career as a low-level government employee. However, she found herself constantly navigating a complex bureaucracy, dealing with outdated policies and inefficient facilities. With those situations, have you ever experienced going to governmental centers to do transactions and securing permits, legal documents, and other related services? This arduous nature of setting up our identity, since there is a need to fulfill our role as a citizen of the community. Have you ever encountered prompt and efficient services from government agencies and departments? Because they have been operating in an old-fashioned way that is just not working for many people. These routines were common to all countries from across Asia in providing services to their citizens. Meeting these challenges is prompting the public sector to explore new sustainable models that can significantly improve customer experience for service delivery and at enhanced service levels at the same or reduced cost. The solution lies in developing citizen-centric models that is designed for the cities of the future. Bakawan flow from one idea, a development and infrastructure that are shaped by ecology, letting nature regenerate and support rapidly growing populations. Imagine a traditional structure and consolidating its footprint, designing with no need to travel from one building to another, resulting in no carbon emissions. Leveraging effective planning solutions through an autonomous building, saving the user's time and effort. Because it is a model that is bold, radical, and dynamic, embracing convergence in spatial design, and pushing the reset button of our structurally imposed limitations. Did you know that by year 2050, the world's population is expected to reach 9.8 billion? And nearly 70% of this booming population is projected to live in highly populated areas. Introducing to you the largest continent in the world. However, despite Asia's considerable margin, richness in natural resources, and strategic geographic locations, many of its countries still experience economic hurdles. One of which is my country, the Philippines, which is still continuing the need for institutional strengthening and effectiveness in the delivery of public service across all citizens. Vietnam and Thailand's aim to increase responsiveness and transparency in a simple, cheap, and responsive manner. Indonesia and Malaysia's goal to value the sense of togetherness among officers, more controllable processing times, and internal process improvement. China and Taiwan's aim to implement an interagency that is designed for their large population, as well as Singapore and Japan's need to reimagine their modern reform-minded service as having to do everything online would hinder genuine connection and risk our very own vital information in relation to cybersecurity threats. These drawbacks set a trend of providing services from government centers, not just in the Philippines, Vietnam, or Asia, but in the rest of the world. It is by the people and for the people. Has it ever come across your mind how intriguing it would be if we could be able to develop a state-of-the-art building that is dedicated to the public? Or be able to develop an evolutionary masterpiece of architecture that is transportable from across the world? That in the near future, this design model can be found maybe somewhere in Sri Lanka's remote town, or somewhere beside the mountainous lands of China, to a coastal area in Jakarta, by the suburbs of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, or in a hustling, bustling city in India. Introducing to you, Bakawan. How we can preserve the culture of every country's vernacular root by injecting modern ideas such as parametric design strategies. This building metaphorically acts as purposeful as a mangrove tree that shelters to the needs of the converging people. So, as part of Bacoor's environmental protection and management programs, a mangrove plantation was started in the region of Cavite, from which the concept was derived from. The chosen site is situated along Molino Boulevard within Manila's periphery. The site is surrounded by a wide range of structures, most of which are residential, commercial, or industrial in character. Now, the graphic depicts the sun's path around the site. In summer, the sun sets in the northwest, casting minimal shadows at solar noon. In the monsoon season, it moves from southeast to southwest, casting shadows toward the northeast. Considering the sun's path and site orientation when designing a building can reduce heating and cooling demands. Bakawan, wherein Bakaw means root, conveys a message of rooted as one, which means that we are all deeply anchored and intertwined. Mangrove trees represent strength and stability because we, like mangrove plants, cannot thrive on our own. Individuals require the assistance of others, one strengthening and stabilizing the other. Using this visionary design process, One can build our strength by establishing deep dynamic roots that anchor us in purpose, to standing firm against the headwinds and to hold forest health as the ultimate goal. In this case, the structure acts as a mangrove tree to cater to the convergence of diverse people in unison with nature. Designed with a bioclimatic approach, which not only holds significant value as vital tree to several countries, but also paves a way for an exceptionally efficient structure, catering to a diverse range of demographics. This would benefit its target end user from public mass that is composed of students, workers, elderlies, government employees, and all citizens of the country depending on the needs and demands of their economy. The project shall also incorporate sustainable development goals. Accessible quality services are essential for economic progress. This project creates interconnected agencies, eliminating the residents to visit multiple locations. It offers decent work and economic growth opportunities while promoting sustainability, entrepreneurship, and job creation. It also aims to fit with the standards of every country's unique green building rating system so that future generations could enjoy the resources we savor today. Now, the site development plan reveals a well-organized division of the structure into 3 distinct spaces. The central atrium serves as a dedicated hub for interconnecting various areas, providing convenient access and streamlined regulation for employees throughout the building. Adjacent to outer spaces, the right atrium serves as main entrance for public users. On the other hand, the left atrium caters significantly to users with vehicles, as it is located beside the parking areas. This thoughtfully designed layout ensures seamless functionality and accessibility for different user groups within the building. Now, the diagram illustrates a well-thought-out spaces within the building. On the ground floor, common areas and commercial spaces are conveniently situated. The subsequent 2 floors house various governmental services, a dedicated public library, as well as an auditorium, and convention halls are dedicated for students and local events. Staff and administrative areas are located in the middle so that they could regulate the whole building easily. Finally, offices and uppermost are located on the uppermost floors that is optimized for a post-pandemic setting that allows for flexible work modalities. So now, as you enter the ground floor, you are greeted by a reception area. The flooring is adorned with visual cues for people's wayfinding. The walls are tastefully decorated with modern ethnic patterns and subtle accent lighting, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. It houses the commercial spaces that offers great potential for entrepreneurs. Following on the second floor, you'll find a series of dedicated service centers that is designed for efficient and personalized service, with ergonomic desks and comfortable waiting areas for citizens. Clear signage and digital displays guide visitors to the appropriate service points, minimizing confusion and wait times. Now we have the step concrete platforms that serves as bench seats that ascend from library zones interior spaces, allowing users clear sight lines of the learning materials. This stair-like structure maximizes visibility and promotes healthy interactions that encourages the users, thus making it a pleasant and comfortable place to enjoy learning. The auditorium features a wide seating area, providing unobstructed views of the stage from every angle. Meanwhile, the gallery space is intelligently designed with flexible layouts, allowing for customization. It also houses drafting tables and workshop spaces to showcase their craft. Cultural textiles and weaving patterns were displayed to exhibit the locality's richness in culture. The chosen Nippon colors were selected to mimic the natural environments found in the natural environment, since research shows that exposure to nature promotes inclusivity and improves well-being. This consideration becomes particularly crucial when settings and individuals are put into a test, especially when dealing with services and queuing for their errands. The building incorporates sustainable design approaches to achieve high energy efficiency and waste performance, such as reed bed planters, rainwater gardens, bioswales, sky gardens, and It minimizes the power usage and provides natural cooling to the interior spaces. While the fusion of engineered bamboo, low-E glass, polycarbonate materials, green roof, and fiber-reinforced concrete harmoniously embody our heritage, our energy efficiency, dynamic design, and sustainability and resilience. Overall, this project provides a tranquil, restorative space for the community to go forward with their needs. As they say, elements of natural beauty can often astound visually, but they are infinitely more awe-inspiring when one considers the millions of complex details involved in their existence. While here, we have the additional interior spaces, the exhibit for the users, and the outdoor spaces of the Bakawan. It is supplemented by an outdoor amphitheater, a library, a children's playground, pavilion, water features, and various activity spaces that encourage healthy interactions and prioritize public accommodation. Once again, this is Bakawan, a one-stop shop government and civic center. This is a prototype of the ecosystem of service, wherein we can coexist while fostering harmony and balance. Because in reality, a mangrove tree supports an ecosystem of life, just like an anchor of sustainability. And in the end, Ayesha was successful in securing several scholarships because of the effective space provided. Despite the initial struggles, Mr. Yang's business eventually became a success because of the affordable renting space that offers potential to frequently acquire customers. Desiree remained committed to her work and to making a difference in people's lives through public service. It is a significant conversation about how to protect and how to expand. It is not about us as leaders, designers, movers, or change makers, but how we reset the life of others so that we can empower the story of people like Ayesha, the struggles of Mr. Yang, or the growth of Desiree, and make them feel that sense of reward that they truly deserve. Let's give it up again for Bakawan, a one-stop shop government and civic center. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Aldrich. Great ambition, wanting to be the Grand Designer of the Year. Judges, over to you. But before you're thinking what to ask or say or push who out first, we'll be having lunch right after this, a quick one, and then we'll come back. It's okay, it's only once a year, we work so hard. Like with no breaks, almost. Okay, judges. Sibarani?
Okay. I appreciate your effort to push, I think, sustainability score in here. I think you use Bakau, which is mangrove, right? And you also try to features a lot of green building initiative. First question, is the location near coastal at all?
It's since Metro Manila is have a bayside. I think it is a bit far from a coastal area, so it is not really flood prone and prone to any hazards like storm surge.
So the mangrove in here is more as a symbol of...
It is more of a symbolic value and a concept that is integrated to remind the people that mangrove is a representation of sustainability.
Okay. Another one, if you go back to your drawing, if you have, can you show some of the drawing?
Can we flash their slides? Tech.
I'm struggling to understand, because in the green building and also sustainability in the building aspect, it is very important to distinguish the area that is open and enclosed, especially whether you are using air conditioning or you let the wind sort of like flowing. It looks like from the drawing, I cannot distinguish between the enclosed space and the open space. And the rendering shows a lot of glass. So if you can elaborate on that, because we need to understand whether you are using air condition, whether the energy consumption is high, whether you are, I think a lot of the discussion right now is going towards net zero. So you're trying to reduce the energy consumptions by limiting a lot of the air-conditioned space.
Sorry to interrupt, Sibarani. It's a video, so maybe you can have to view it from the presentation board. Do you mind coming down?
Yeah, maybe you want to elaborate.
Yeah. The rest we can listen, all right?
Yeah, all of these, are they enclosed with some sort of wall, or is it open?
Actually, as for the public areas, it aims to have this passive design strategies.
Mhm.
So I actually envision it to be more of it is passive, that it uses operable windows when the climate is bearable. But when it's really hot, they can have the option for air conditioning or and other mechanical types of ventilation. But for the higher floors, such as the office spaces, I envision it to have the upper floors. I envision it to have air conditioning units, since it is a rentable office spaces.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, you can stand here. You're tall enough. Everyone can see you from afar. Okay, that would be all. Daniel, yes, please.
Okay, being a civic building, and with this very tree mountainous kind of form, which reminds me of kind of the dome in the Garden by the Bay in Singapore, actually, a little bit. What I felt is, in terms of the design, okay, we're talking about design now, the somehow or rather the top part of the building, as it comes down and reaches the ground, and your bottom two-story, not quite as integrated as I wish visually I'll see. Yeah, your main curved trellises and vertical trellises and things like that stop at, I think, level 3, if I'm not mistaken. Then the two bottom stories kind of like a horizontal band around it. So visually, the form doesn't kind of comes down, and it doesn't feel as anchored as, like, you know, the dome in the Garden of Bay. So I think aesthetically, it's just maybe my personal preference. I think it would have been nicer if the whole thing kind of anchored to the ground to give it a little bit more dominance, you know, because that's really what you see from the 3D images that you have shown. Besides that, I'm not so sure, being a civic building, that the kind of form, because I don't think you elaborated on how the form is derived. Yeah, I hear that all the implication about the business people is all going to have a place where they can do business at a cheaper rent and all that, fine. And the reference to the bakau, which the mangrove grove and the anchoring and all that kind of thing. But I don't know, I think being a civic building, it requires a statement as to how this whole form comes about, and it's joining. In the middle part, you get this tree undulating form, and then I think in some part in the middle they're kind of joined together. How's that? How did the inspiration came about? So I think because it's quite iconic, yeah. So I think a statement about how all this is derived would be helpful for the judges to really understand your thinking behind the design and all that.
So these three undulating forms was actually derived from the concept of convergence. So it's like separate forms that was converged into one, so that it could operate as one building, since there are different uses, since it is designed to be a mixed-use building, and nowadays the future of developments and infrastructures are mostly designed for mixed-use buildings. So the three undulating forms converges so that it's interconnected, and the users could have this kind of choice on where they would want to be or where they would want to enter so that they could access the services that they need.
All right, that would be all. Thank you, Aldrich, for your time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, judges. Yeah. So, I'm sorry I have to be the demon. Okay, you want to do one more? Shall we do one more? What, you guys okay? All right, Rifki, you ready? I like Rifki's like, I'm already ready for lunch, and now you ask me to go on stage. Okay, next on, let's put our hands together for Muhammad Rifki Fadila, A Tale of Rurality. Very long title, listen. A Tale of Rurality, the apocalypse of land from Tunis concept to eternal future of rural. Over to you, Rifki.
Thank you so much. Well, growing up and living in a big city close to a metropolis like Istanbul made me realize that one of my favorite childhood memories was visiting my grandmother in village. So here is my photo with my grand. Yeah, I love her so much, and I really love my village. Because in village, I could see nature up close, playing with the farm's animal in the fields, or maybe just watch the farmers in the garden. However, as I've spent more and more time away from the village, I've come to realize that there's a real boundaries between the city and the countryside. With all the globalization and the increasing of urbanization, the rural seems to be becoming more and more alienated, forgotten, and neglected. So, from this small memory and realization that the big story of my project started. Then, this project will actually tell a story of a rural journey, a story that represents the difficulties of rural challenges from various threats of extinction, starting with the concepts of duality that discredits the rural to the concepts of future rural scenarios that are full of hope, sustainable, and eternal. So, with a great pride, I'm Rifki, and I'm presenting to you A Tale of Rurality. Basically, the initial idea for this project actually came from a quote by William in 1973 that said, in the beginning, the concepts of rural was always associated with something that did not belong to the city, or something that the opposites of the city. Something that if it belonged to the city, so it did not belong to the countryside. However, with the developments of technologies and especially the industrialization, the rural was slowly used to meet the needs of the cities until it was transformed into the agricultural and industrial areas. Then this actually leads to the question, if a serious thing like industrialization can change the meaning of rural in such a way as to produce new definitions of rural, so to what other things can the rural be reflected back in such a way as to produce a new conceptions of rural? So here is from this question actually, that the history of rural continues. Then, as we have already known, in the recent decades, one of greatest challenges facing our human civilization has been the climate change or the climate crisis, with several countries experiencing record-breaking summer temperatures this year, droughts in many parts of the world, causing and exacerbating forest fire, the intense rainfall, and the flash floods, the drastic shrinking of polar glaciers, and rising sea levels. All of this is becoming increasingly alarming. So this is what I have chosen as a tipping point or a triggering point that will redefine the concepts of rural. The extent to which the problems of climate crisis, especially the rising sea level, can determine a new direction of future rural scenario. So in his TED Talks, Bjarke Ingels once said that the human body is 70% water. And the surface of our planet is also 70% water. And it keeps increasing. And even if the rest of the world wakes up tomorrow and becomes carbon neutral overnight, there are island nations that are destined to sink into the ocean unless we also develop an alternative form of floating human habitat. So no matter how critical the crisis will be in the future, one thing I do understand is that we will always have the power to adapt to change, and we have the power to shape our own future. So I think here is the hope that there will always be strategies for our civilizational change. And let just architecture make all these things happen. Then the story continued when I had to decide the case study that will represent the developments of this project. And one of the rural area with the highest intensities of rising sea level problem in Turkey is the coastal area of Akraba Beach in Yalova. It is generally filled with some settlements, the agricultural land, and the rest of the area is the greenery natural areas. The only reason why this area is threatened by sea level rise is because of its coastal location and the flat of its topography. As the sea level rises exponentially, it is projected that 2 to 3 of Akraba coastal area will be submerged by the end of the century. Then, as a solution, with the reference to Bjarke Ingels' floating city and Kiyonori Kikutake's marine city project, as well as considering the gradual and natural long terms of the problem, so as a solution, we had to formulate it more gradually and a long-term solution, where I proposed my own version of reset strategy that combines 3 main points of my project. It is retrovert, reinforce, and regenerate. So basically, in a simple idea, my project is applying living on the sea or living above the sea approaches in order to preserving the story of rural, where the floating platform structure will be applied in several predetermined points in order to form a new rural ecosystem above the sea and become the beginning of a new phase of rural future scenarios. Let's start with the first strategy we have, retrovert. In this phase, with the aim to protecting the main programs of the rural, the agricultural area is conserved along with the settlements, where the main functions of the platform will represent most of the earlier area. Then considering all needs and urgencies that will be faced to form a new resilient rural ecosystem, the secondary function offered is the Center of Renewable Energy Management through water conservation system. And the rest of the area will be centered as public area and a control tower. Then on the other hand, every horizontal and vertical connecting elements are also well integrated, are articulated to make all areas well integrated, where every element will represent it symbolically with the color of its own interrelated elements. And every element, in addition to emphasizing its identity function, the color also aims to triggering a different experience when visiting every areas. And then, in the next strategy, we have reinforce. With the hope that the rural can survive resiliently and sustainably in the future, and also to serve a better human living environment, the Conservation Center of Renewable Sources will be chosen as the main supporting program after the agricultural sector. In the case to meet the needs of, to meet the energy needs of the rural, the renewable energy sources will be focused on several natural elements around, including the solar thermal power generation, wind power generation, and the wave or ocean current power generation. And then in the water management plan will also be maximized with three main water sources. It is the rainwater, the wastewater, and seawater. Even in the agricultural area, the lack of land doesn't prevent the rural from continuing to survive. Some technological development are further developed in this sector in such aeroponic and aquaponic systems. Then in formulating a more detailed strategy, I'm trying to visualize a schematic design that will represent the connecting system of every element, where every element will has a specific and its shared elements, where every specific elements are related to its water characteristic. And then, this water management plan will start with different sources and different treatment pattern. For example, in seawater treatment, the reverse osmosis method is the specific element applied. And in the wastewater treatment, the sedimentation method is also will combine to maximize the clean process of water management system. Then all this energy and water sources will support all the needs in the agricultural and domestic purposes. And then in the last strategy, we have regenerate. So in this phase, the focus is on transforming this disaster into a blessing for rural in the future. So when soil and other materials become scarce, but at the same time, the needs of new materials are always increasing, then the new materials will be created by utilizing salt crystallization from seawater. So in the near future, in a time of unbridled technological development, the new material will be created by combining salt crystallization with other materials. And in some section details, I'm trying to create a smaller and more simple units to form a more adaptive and large-scale structure. And as a conclusion, I want to share a little story. When I was a kid, I always told my grandmother that I wanted to become a superhero. I wanted to be like a Spider-Man. Yeah, because I wanted to bring something better to the world. I want to help people. I want to change the world. But yeah, as time goes by, of course, this dream is not going to come true, to become a Spider-Man, because I've never been bitten by a spider. But when I study architecture, this hope suddenly comes back. Because I believe with architecture, I still can help people. I still can change the world, and I still can bring something better to the world through architecture and through our revolutionary and creative vision as a young designer. So I think this is how our rural story ends. But in real life, of course, this rural story will always continue into the never-ending future. So to conclude, let us press the reset button with an alternative scenarios of future rural concept with a tale of rurality. I'm Rifki Fadilah, proudly representing Turkey. Herkese teşekkür ederim.
Sorry, I didn't know the MC was missing in action. All right, thank you. Any questions from the judges?
Thank you. I think even before your presentation, and I think some of the judges share this with me, that these are incredibly interesting drawings that you make, even in your presentation about rural and urban. And I think you have a very interesting gift of how to draw and present things, and I think that's great.
So much.
As far as your project goes, it somehow seems to talk about like the world has ended if you cannot float, because it kind of pushes me to think that there are no other options but to float on water, whereas in a rural countryside is usually a vast open space and you may be able to find options. But sticking to your scheme here, I'm curious to know how you figure out the scale of one of these discs or modules or whatever you call them. Like, how many people does it cater for? Did you look at a village? Was there a common size of a settlement? Or, you know, I mean, like, why does it have 6 fans and not 12 fans? And you know, stuff like that. So one question was that. And the other was that as an experience, this seems so far away from a rural experience. Like, you talk about your childhood and animals and trees, and now suddenly I'm running around in pipes like I'm, you know, fuel or something, or a robot. So it just seems very drastically opposite to the rural thing, and perhaps you can explain whether that's intentional. Thanks.
Yeah, actually, maybe because I'm too focused on regenerating the concepts of rural in the future, like how will it be when the case study is really submerged by the problems of raising sea level. So yeah, when I try to figure it out and to project it how the future is going to be, yeah, one thing that really comes to my mind is some kind of radical with, yeah, of course we know that the rural is always associated with its simplicity, its nature, but in these approaches I'm trying to propose the different reality for the future of rural. Maybe it's kind of far from the actual rural what's look like. But one thing that I also put into a big note from this project is when I said in my village I always looking at the farmers in the garden, where the agricultural land is also main programs of every rural. So this program is also the main selected program that I used to develop further in this project. Thank you. I hope
Thank
it
you.
can explain.
Okay, any more questions?
Just to add
Yes,
one
sure.
point, I completely agree with other judges, and well, from my point of view, just because you talk about many aspects of rurals, I didn't think feeling with rurals when I see this, but it's very high interesting because it's, I mean, it's the feeling that it's on top of it, something else will be happen, but and maybe you can develop it. I mean, I think this is a very, in some way, complicated system that you put on, many things, many stuff. You made a great presentation, I think. You made it very interesting, very brilliant, and very nice in terms of using also the colors in the presentation, not as a design, but in terms of innovation. I think that it can be one starting point to discuss and to develop some other idea that have to come. And one, it's not a question, it's more a suggestion to don't stop, to go over, but don't think only about, I think, infrastructure system or technical system, go more through the design as their own with more innovation. It's just a suggestion, but congratulations for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll take it not to make this project will always develop, of course. Thank you for the evaluation.
Are those 9 round things on top, like hubcaps, are supposed to be wind turbine?
The yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, are they? You sure
That's right.
That's how it's supposed to look like?
Yeah,
okay.
That's right.
I don't have a comment, but I would like to ask you a question. Would you like to spend your childhood here?
Yeah, I think it's quite scary in one way, but why not? I mean, the imagination of every child will always valuable to visualize it and to experience it in some sort of different ways.
Okay, Sibarani, yes.
Well, I commend you for your bravery and courage to push the agenda forward. I have also similar situation in the capital city of Indonesia that the climate change impact, we were asked to go to 10 meter of sea level rise, which is, to me, at this age, it's just nonsense for me. But now you're telling me that it's going to go up to 10, then this is the kind of solution, then it gets me really thinking that if it's really happened, then we probably have to start living in this type of environment. But I love your sketches. I love your sort of like representation of visuals, whether it's actually true or not, whether your system that you're offering, we just have to trust you that it's going to work. But it looks believable to me. I like I'm intrigued by the fact that you are going this far. And I think it's a good exercise to do. But it's hard for us, the jury, to comment because this is such out of touch for the kind of architectural competition. And I would call it more like a diagrammatic infrastructure modules that you kind of like put together, but then we can't really think that architecturally is a space that we can appreciate, so to speak, because again, we don't know whether this is going to happen or not, or it is actually the right solution or not, but it's just hard to digest at this type of condition, yeah. But I like the fact that you go this far and it looks convincing, I personally think. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it's good if you can swim like the people in Avatar. This would be very good. Yes. Thank you so much, Rifki.
Thank you so
Another
much,
round of
everyone.
applause. Okay, so it's lunchtime. We are behind by 1 hour. So I would have to cut the lunchtime from 1 hour to 30 minutes. But the good news is lunch is just right next door. So you just gotta walk over, take your food, eat, and come back, okay? So 1:30, I know if I say 1:30, you'll be back at 1:40, okay? So 1:30, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic and cultural values to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
"140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions, and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic and cultural values to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the 6-week Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, the 1,200 partnering educational institutions across Asia share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
140 years in, and we continue to fill the world with color. Our innovation has sparked opportunities and brightened lives. It all starts with groundbreaking research at our world-leading facilities and the synergy of our diverse Nippon Paint Asia family. We're proud of how we have worked hand in hand to emerge as Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. Through it all, we have fulfilled our brand promise to innovate with heart and celebrate our people, the beating heart of everything we do. So we empower them with the skills they need to truly soar. And we envision a future where people and the planet can thrive together. We dream big and in bold technicolor. So we go beyond producing coatings to light up as many lives as we can. Our coatings have transformed motor vehicles all over the region, and they keep industrial powerhouses running smoothly and efficiently, and provide environmentally responsible protection for maritime vessels. Durable and weather-resistant, they help architects and developers bring their visions to life. We innovate ahead of the game with products that protect us in today's new normal and lay the foundations for a safer future. We also give our consumers more than paint, offering them design services that truly turn a house into a home. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation because we
are inspired by you.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community in 16 countries and regions and expanding rapidly. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practitioners.
Hello everyone. I hope you're having a great time during the quick meal. So, it's my honor today to represent my home and show you my project that is close to my heart. Looking forward to daily life. I am Peggy from Taiwan. My home, Taiwan, is a lovely island with stunning landscape, engaging culture, and delicious food. Taiwan is a peaceful home for 23 million people where joy and happiness happen. But is Taiwan really safe? There's a huge international issue that has always existed and had not exploded yet. Chances are the war might break up at any time. In fact, we Taiwanese actually have long get used to this. Some people just ignored it, and some people try to face it. This is the real situation in Taiwan. Looking at the situation, many people predict Taiwan might face the same fate as Ukraine.
This morning, the bloodiest battle of this war for the eastern city of Bakhmut appears to be winding down for now.
On the other side of the globe, 130,000 houses have been destroyed in the war, and over 300,000 people lost their life. People are suffering. They cannot live the ordinary life they yearn for. Will we, Taiwan, be the next Ukraine? We're still lucky enough that we don't have to wake up in a bomb. But the fear of the future has caused debates in Taiwan. We've been lucky to express freely about politics in Taiwan, but none of the debates can change the fact that the danger is imminent. In fact, 40 years ago, things are different. For political purpose, all Taiwanese were soldiers at that time and worshipped our political leader unconditionally. That leader is Chiang Kai-shek, Jiang Zhongzheng. Being much admired at all time, while now, from time to time, his statue had been splashed with paints. And other statues were eventually abandoned in the memorial park. In contrast, a 10-meter-high statue of Chiang Kai-shek and his memorial hall is still standing in the middle of Taipei. So, what caused the contradiction? That's because 40 years ago, In order to control the state of power, Chiang Kai-shek has restricted the people's freedom, and many opponents were imprisoned or even lost their lives. The historical event is known as White Terror. This information was slowly released after his passing. Some say, how can we commemorate such a killer? Well, some others say it was Chiang Kai-shek that has led Taiwan on the track of democracy. So we surely admire him. I've always wondered, how would my sweet home be living in such a controversial society? What is the point of the argument? Has our life become better? So, to eliminate the negativity among society, I aim to redesign the Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Home, and so as awaken people's attention to the quality of life. The Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall has multiple social symbols. For the veteran, it is a place of memory, but for the political victims, the existence of this place has always been an irony. And now for the new generation of us, these things is gradually into the history. And in my point of view, I think the site is not just for memorizing a historical figure. I remember my grandfather and I having great time when I was young, spending hours and hours in front of the Memorial Park together over there. And during the epidemic, such freedom was temporarily restricted, which inspired us to think about the interaction between people and the environment. I want to show the rebirth of the society after the trauma of pandemic and express our yearning for an ordinary and free life. So, this is my design. Looking forward to daily life. Through my simplest design, the most controversial site become a city living room where life and joy happen. So let's look at the current situation of Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall. There's a wide plaza in front of the hall, which was built for shaping the stately atmosphere. And the plaza nowadays become a rare open space in the compact city of Taipei, which become a wonderful place to hold public events. And this means the service nature of them is gradually turning to be born for the users, which made me believe that this wide and rare feature had great potential to change life. For example, to change the impact of global warming. Under the background of high-density construction, many cities in Asia have serious urban heat island problem, especially in Taiwan, where the heat island index can reach 6 degrees high. And according to, as for Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall, the huge plaza has the ability to change environment problem and improve the comfort of people's life. So the goal of my design is not only to serve the visitors, but also to regenerate the entire city. And according to the relevant research, the park is conducive to improve the thermal comfort of the surrounding area, but its benefits are easily blocked by dense buildings and wind direction. So in my design, the huge central plaza is lifted up to create a multi-layer landscape. And by the result of the solar and ventilation analysis, we can see the lifted plantings are closer to the urban canopy layer, and which makes the wind smoother to spread the cooling effect of greens. And on the other hand, the project had also changed the social spirit. Before, the site had left a lofty and sacred spiritual symbol. And in order to eliminate this symbol, I raised the surrounding area of the hall and replace the sanctity central axis with the broken and rugged corridor, which echoes the rugged history of the ancestor in pursuing freedom. Eventually, the gentle slope forms the open space below, and the public function is given to the people. So, from the climate transition to political transition, I believe this is the best choice for the site in this generation. Through my creation, the Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall will be transformed into a colorful and free urban living room that welcomes the masses. And in terms of the service function, I have done the interview with the surrounding residents and also the visitors in Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall and collected the reviews and put the functions into this site. So a requirement including library, meeting room, gallery, auditorium, and so on. All of these functions are deployed below the umbrella-shaped support structure, which is constructed by sustainable design, including the lifting greens, ventilation, heat dissipation, and rainwater collection. So this is the library under the umbrella-shaped structure, and the library serves knowledge about history, which echoes the value of this site. As for the auditorium, public conferences will be held to convey information and condense social connection. So these designs bring colorful vitality to the site, just as the same concept as the color code of the year, Reconnect from Nippon Paint. The color code used 3 primary colors as the color tone, reconciling the strong color in a fresh and colorful way, showing the inner joy of gathering. This is based on the scientific demonstration, which will entirely change the visitor's mood. So on the other hand, when you see the new design from the height, a harmonious and gentle green will bring into your vision. This brings a mild and comfortable view to the surrounding high-rise building. All I wanted to make is to give everything on the site to the public to regenerate the freedom and vitality of the city. So this huge conquest square before, which it was freezing in the winter and burning in the summer, in my design will be transformed into an urban living room, a hill of vitality. So through this project, I want to trigger our thinking about the coexistence interaction of people, the environment, and the climate, especially after the trauma of pandemic. Through the nature-based solution, this design has changed the quality of life in the city. And from the change of the comfortable environment, society's perception of land has changed. Land should be served to the masses and exist for life. And eventually, it will further change everyone's insistence on society and their own opinion. I, as an ordinary citizen, through this ordinary design, I want to tell the world the loudest. The essence of society is life, and the essence of life is happiness. So thank you for your attention. And by the end of the speech, I want to dedicate this creation to my grandfather. I am here today with his autobiography. My grandfather was born in mainland China at the age of 17. He was forced to leave his hometown to join the army because of the civil war between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. After 6 years of marching, he went from mainland China to Vietnam and eventually to Taiwan. After 40 years away from home, he returned to his hometown, only to realize that he would never ever see his parents again. He never thought that life would be like this, but under the political situation, he had to sacrifice a peaceful home, peaceful life. And when he returned home to worship his ancestor at the age of 70, he left this manuscript. Mom, where are you? Beyond the azure sky, in heaven's embrace, yet all I see is green grass on a peaceful mound. I miss you, forever and ever I yearn. You're not gone, you have always alive in my heart. This project is in memory of my grandfather and those who have sacrificed their ordinary life for a political situation. I am Peggy from Taiwan. Thank you for your listening.
Hello. So sorry. Brandon is not here. I'll keep forgetting. Any questions from judges?
It's one of the most emotional and powerful delivery. Really appreciate the part that you share regarding your story of your grandfather. It's very touching. But I'll stick to the commentary on your design proposal. All I can say is super controversial because you're messing around with a memorial which is going to be very, very sensitive. But yet you have created a public space that I think very conducive to the situation about global warming and all that. I think with all this floating canopy, green canopy, and creating a shaded space below for human activity is going to make the plaza, the original plaza, a little bit more friendly to the human. Not sure how your local government is going to see this as a viable project, but we'll not comment on that. But as an idea, I think it's a fantastic idea. It's just as much landscape as architecture. You know, the part that is below for human activity is architecture, but you know the green canopy above it is quite immensely landscape. Somehow, I like it. I like that it's much more user-friendly. I can't, you know, like you mentioned, in the winter it's freezing and in the summer it's scorching. So with this creation, I think it makes this plaza a much more usable space. And yeah, that's overall just my comment. Want to add anything?
Thank you, Daniel.
Oh,
Dr.
thank
Arash?
you. Thank you. Yes, I want to make my congratulations to you for your presentation with a lot of energy. But I want to remain focused on the architectural aspect and design aspect. I mean, I'm agree with Daniel that it's more friendly, actually, the square compared to what is the actual situation. I will be very interesting to know how do you think about the connection with the square. I mean, you already have the public connection that permit the people to reach the square. I don't know the city, so that's why I'm asking you. And how your project can actually help this connection between the square and the city. And another questions that I have, it's related to weather. I mean, you say that we have a very hot moment and very cold moment, maybe freezing moment. I mean, your project remind me more as a shadow space, so I can walk through during the hot moment. But what happened during the cold, when it's actually more freezy, And what do you think about this walking through that you have under this shape and your elements?
Thank you. So the first of all, the design of Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall, I mean the redesign, this is a very popular issue in Taiwan because many people actually don't like Chiang Kai-shek at all. So there are many architects or students studying architecture that try to redesign this place and to change the memorial hall a lot. And so in my design, I try to not touch too much to the memorial hall because I think that the history is will always exist. We cannot ignore the history, and I don't want to comment too much about whether I support Chiang Kai-shek or not. I just trying to tell people that living in the city of Taipei, we have to focus more on having a great life, being happy in the city, and stop just arguing about politics because it's very serious issue in Taiwan. And so in front of the memorial hall, you can see my design. There's a road. There's a path in the ground floor under the cover I design. And so in this path, I try to make it rugged, make it broken to tell the people that the history is not always that easy. People struggling to pursuing freedom. So that's what I was thinking.
All right, that would be all. Thank you. Thank you, Pei Qi.
Thank you, judges.
Congratulations, well done. Don't worry, guys, we have 4 more to go. Next, I would like to invite Ryan Kwa with his project, Urban Tarzan. Are you going to swing in? Oh, you guys are not asleep, just to make sure. Oh, he's already here. Okay, round of applause to Ryan.
Okay, so good afternoon, judges and my fellow designers. And today, I will be presenting my project titled Urban Tarzan. And this project actually seeks to challenge the high-rise development in our urban cities. So, in 2010, the United Nations actually released a report that said that 754 million of Asia-Pacific people actually live in urban cities. And this number is only set to increase by another 1.1 billion within the next 2 decades. And the risk of rapid urbanization includes the increase of urban density, reduction of public spaces, increase of use of energy and resources, and catalyzes climate change. However, this also poses a scenario for us where us as future architects can redefine our future urbanscapes. So, in Singapore, the effects of rapid urbanization is actually very prominent. And this project actually opposed the increasingly hostile urban environment of downtown Singapore, where transactions and works actually dominates as the anchor programs of our city landscapes. So, usually, how people designed a tower is for dollar cost efficiency, they actually maximize all the floor plates, which results in a very homogeneous and non-relational situation, and a hostile facade that causes hostile ecological impacts and a lack of public zones. So, my project, titled Urban Tarzan, actually attempts to break the monopoly of the concrete jungle and display the heroic returns of wilderness and fun in the city. So, for context, my project is actually located in a cultural/commercial district of around the size of 124 meters square, which is a size of 1.5 badminton court. So, it's technically less than the size of half of this room. And the project is actually to build a 64-meter towers. So, my project, Urban Tarzan, also challenges the park typology, which is usually on the ground floor and is a flat ground, into a vertical setting where we can reimagine park experiences in vertical setting where we can bring in wilderness, bionomics, and freshness into the urbanscapes. So, what actually constitutes to design a nature park? So, I actually did a case study of one of Singapore's nature park, and I summarized into 3 key categories, which is the ecological system, climate response, as well as trail creation. So urban Tarzan is actually generated through this computation generation program called discrete aggregation, and this allows the element to be generated in a bottom-up, peer-to-peer correlational method where it actually emulates nature in a constructive manner. The 4 key parameters that were used was the initiation coordinates, the modes of joinery, the modules, as well as the density. So there were many iterations that were generated, and this was the final 14 that was actually shortlisted. And the final design, the final iteration that was chosen was chosen because of its the spatial provision, structural efficiency, and the emulation of nature. So once the form is actually decided, I went through this iterative constant feedback loop of process where I turned the form into a structure, the structure into space, space with circulation, and a program. So every time a single change is made, it actually goes back right to the start to ensure that this entire flow of design process actually develops throughout. So this turns columns, which seems to just so be a structural element, into a device of spatial experience and a system of ecology. So a 1:15 model was also actually made to actually test the physics and practicality of the building to see if this actually stands. So when I was building this model, I actually had a lot of difficulty because every single time I tried to put in something or glue something, the whole thing might actually just topple over. So this whole process of making this model actually took more than 2 weeks. So in summary, this seven diagram actually shows the design design stages where the computation generation actually informs the structural design. The iterated structure becomes the topography, and unlike a real part, the topography actually informs the organization and movement of the routes, and this actually influences the designation of the habitat zones and the construct of the service systems. So the manifestation of a structure-only system actually results in a very porous and unpredictable outlook of the building, where the inconsistency of the structural elements actually negotiates and shapes the creation of architectural experiences. So through these 2 animations that you can see here, so every single card that you see shows how versatile the product is, and actually there is actually no consistent floor plates. So urban Tarzan opposes the norm of the typical office tower, resulting in an open facade, externalized relationship, as well as minimizing site impacts. So a few analyses and studies were also conducted, such as the volumetric climate study, where the volume of the site is actually broken down into 1 meter square cells each to understand, where are the better spaces to put in functions of programs. And circulation typologies and vintage points, it was also studied to understand how we can curate the spaces within urban Tarzan. Singapore also has a lot of migratory birds that actually transit through the city throughout different seasons. And most of us, we do not know is that actually there are actually a lot of birds collision in our downtown city because of the hostile facade, because of glass facade, the birds can't tell where they are flying, and sometimes you'll just see dead birds just lying on the floor. So this actually gives me an inspiration of actually creating this oasis for them. So birds and insect attracting plants was also studied and selected, where this initiates and catalyzes an ecological system in hope that urban Tarzan can actually become a respite for them. So in summary, the urban Tarzan has 3 key realms, which is 1, the nature park, 2, as a public space, and 3, as a garden nursery. And combining all 3 together, this actually attempts to form a circular ecological network where the different functions actually complement and supplement each other to create this human-nature symbiosis. So in terms of floor plans, you can actually tell that there are no typical floor plans where the circulation path actually dances around the columns and beams, and the floor plates are actually fragmented all throughout. So after I actually placed the rod of movement inside the building, I actually unrolled them like the map where you see when you go for a hike, and it forms this diagram over here. And here you can actually tell the different typologies of spaces that you can experience throughout your whole route. Not only that, the lift that actually goes out actually appears in different parts of the park. So every time when you visit urban Tarzan, you can actually start somewhere new. In a 3-dimensional sense, the urban Tarzan actually emulates the nature from forest ground, canopy and story, and emergent level. Human activities are located usually on the ground, on the lower part of the floor due to noise consideration, and the upper part of the building focuses more on creating a safe haven for other species. Urban Tarzan is constructed through a kits of parts system, and the key goal is to actually minimize embody carbon and to maximize maintainability. Hence, most of the components works in a modular system. And I summarize these three components, where number one, which is the use of composite timber coming in a size of around 8 to 12 meters, 8 meters and 6 meters, so that for the ease of delivery. So when they are actually bonded together with the steel plates, it created this type of roof where it allows other components such as the rails, the railings, and the planter box to actually be slide in like a rail system for placement, and also can be removed or swapped for maintenance or reorganization. So every 10 years or so, when a developer actually wants to refresh the experience, they actually can just swap the materials, swap the components out to create this refresh experience. Not only that, there were also different rainwater harvesting pods that's being placed all around the columns, so that this creates a decentralized service system where rainwater can actually serve and becomes the irrigation system for the plants, and this works through gravity without the need for any pumps. So, urban Tarzan uses different shades of nature tones to actually bring respite and tranquility to the city. This actually opposes the surrounding sites where most of the concrete jungle comes in the dark colors, gray colors, or just glass. This actually allows urban Tarzan to bring comfort and balance to the totality of the urban scapes. Bright color slides are also evokes emotions of excitement and joy. Urban Tarzan is a very porous building, and this actually allows the climate, sun, to actually penetrate deep into the building, where it also allows birds and species to actually fly through the building without to minimize collision. Furthermore, here you also can witness how the circulation path actually dances around the beams and columns to actually detours and slow down people as they move us through up or down the urban Tarzan. Slides in urban Tarzan actually works like a teleportation device. So every time when you go to a park or nature park, you have a destination you want to go, but you have to physically walk there for like 10 to 30 minutes. But here in urban Tarzan, because of the verticality, you can go into the slides, and within 10 seconds, you will have a refreshed experience in somewhere new. And not only that, the planters and seeds are actually integrated with the railing system to allow users to take charge of the nursery, as well as allow users to rest when they need to. Urban Tarzan is located in a leftover site of around 1.5 badminton court. And this site is actually too small to actually be of any commercial value. You can't build a shopping center within just such a small area. So here, what I actually attempted to do was to rejuvenate the site for the community and also to bring nature closer to home. And in the sky, it also acts as a respite for the birds in the concrete jungle. Views and activity nodes were also generated for wellness activities around the concrete tower, where users can actually use the space while seeing the skyline of Singapore. And these two are actually my favorite renderings from this project, where number one, you can actually see the verticality of the building, where there is no encompassed ceiling at the top, just like nature, you don't see a ceiling while you go for a walk outside, and it casually just grains out and blurs out in the skies. The floor also works in a grill system where it allows people to experience like a walk in the sky, and due to the density and the verticality of the building, urban Tarzan acts as an acupuncture of climate filters in the urban city to target the urban heat island effect. So here you can actually see users walking into the building, walking into the tower, and the human activities here are on the ground floor. On the left, you can see the amphitheater, and the lift on the right. And you can see that urban Tarzan actually grows up from the road high up to the sky. And here you will see this video of how it feels like when you take the lift up to the entire building. And you can see that, things changes almost every second. The walk inside the park, some of the nursery shots and the slides. And plants are actually created based on the circulation path. And the city out to the sky. I mean the view out to the city. The high unencompassing ceiling. and the top layer, which is a lot denser to actually create this oasis for the species. And also finally, the front elevation of Urban Thousand. So, in conclusion, with respect to this year's theme, Urban Thousand seeks to revitalize leftover sites, bring people, architecture, and natural ecology together and to live in a symbiosis manner, and also to bring nature closer to home. Urban Thousand hopes to propagate a proposal to inspire a paradigm shift in the attitudes and the methodology towards high-dense development and commercialism, in hope that in future, Singapore will be able to see high-rise development as more than a product of commercialism. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, any comments from judges? We don't know who.
Okay.
Okay, Daniel.
Yeah.
You pushed it.
Okay, Ryan, I'm quite familiar with Singapore, and I can see that your project, however controversial, could one day come into reality. I can see, I mean, Singapore, very urban city, and high density. You've got pocket of parks, and the government is trying to do horizontal park connectors and all that. But eventually, there will come a time where they're going to run out of site, and then you will need to do this kind of tree house kind of thing in a vertical way to green up the city, to give the relief to the city. And then I think the smart way you're doing it is to find pocket of land where it's not actually very much usable for other purposes. And so then you come up with a prototype that you think it probably can be repeated in different area of the city, starting with this one. It's very creative, and the images that you have done, the drawings and everything is really wonderful. I mean, very typical of a real project and architect's drawings and all that. To be honest, I'm not experienced enough and never encounter a project like that to really give you very fruitful comment. But ultimately, I can say it, I like it very much. I think it's wonderfully drawn and presented. Very nice. I mean, it's something that I wish to see it happen one day. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. I think I agree, Daniel, about Singapore, but I think there are many other cities who could use this attitude because there are many overbuilt environments around us. So that's one point, I think, which is very good about this project. And also, it's kind of an anti-building. I think buildings have really taken over unnecessarily. I think that's a very good thing. And the other thing that I really like is this. What I take away from this project, other than the form and everything, is very sort of, let's say, playful. Or can it be more colorful? Of course, but are people going to go 18 stories? Should it be 5 stories? It depends on the neighborhood, I'm sure. But I think the bigger take here is the act of insertion, being able to insert into urban areas vertically, because that doesn't happen much. And I think you're basically asking everybody to think in a sort of a different frame about how to intervene in a city, and we're not on the surface of the ground anymore. In your project, in fact, we haven't even looked at what's happening on the ground, whereas most projects is very important. So I think that kind of a shift of the way we can look at how to sort of modify our urban environments is I think it's a good thing. These are great drawings. I think they're very adventurous. Thank God that slide doesn't let you look outside.
It was very fun trying to curate where the slides actually goes.
I'm not going in a slide 200 feet above the ground, but it's a very playful and entertaining project. Thank you.
Thank you, Reza. All right, any other comments? We still have some time.
Yeah, I'll probably add a little bit. I'm just, I think you nailed it. This is I think it's very interesting proposition. I can sense that Hong Kong will do it, Tokyo will do it also, because the scarcity of the land. I almost want to kind of like suggest, why not even interconnect some of the highest rise towers, punching into that, so allowing people, instead of going down and up, they can do midway, like, 10-story, and then meet the connection to the towers there, right? So I think the question that also asks, why I want to go up there, right? Other than having a view, but also probably if it's somewhere in the middle of your journey from one building to another, interconnect that into a so-called upper story pedestrian connectivity, it will work very well, because Hong Kong already have a lot of interconnected walkways. And imagine if one of the destination is this, that will be great. And putting something on top, maybe, I mean, commercially speaking, cafe will be excellent, right? If you put a restaurant on the top, then people will go up, and along the way they can use it. But all, I think this is truly enjoyable. And I also enjoy the fact that you went through the pain of doing algorithm. You used a lot of the sort of like permutation from the parametric design, and yet also you do a good research of species of the trees which attract birds and attract butterfly. I think you are well-rounded. I think you managed to do to cover all the areas well. And I really like it. And also the modular thing and the laminated timber, I would love that thing to see it's happening. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. All right, thank you so much, Ryan. Okay, for our next presenter, he has the longest project title. Okay, his name is Han Yi. The project title is Resilient Space, Exploration and Design of the New System of the Hexi Traditional Settlement consisting of native forts built from earth material. Okay, let's welcome Han Yi on stage. Yeah. Meeting, headphones. Yep.
Hello everyone, my name is Han Yi. I'm from China.
This is our project, Resilient Space, Exploration and Design of the New System of the Hexi Traditional Settlement consisting of native forts, or minbu, built from earth material. Minbu refers to residential structures unique to the Hexi corridor in northwest China. It is often characterized by a rough and thick soil in exterior, and where interior holds small families. So the spatial organization and relationship is designed to be very invert. So in ancient times, architectural marvels like these address two important things: adaptation to harsh living conditions, and also the ability to defend against bandits and warfares, and also serve as a food storage silo. So the new design system here features important trends and pain points in regards to the future of spatial development in the area, the development of model of villages in Hexi, embracing duality in design between urban and rural development, preserve the cultural heritage of these ancient architectures. So the core design concept revolves around searching for our sense of belonging, searching for the optimum design solution without losing our roots, and also diversifying design instead of copying and just pasting. So Hexi's development must embrace its cultural heritage and history and natural landscapes. So resilience in design.
So resilience and design explores multiple facets of how a space can function. These perspectives include landscape, spatial, and behavioral. By grouping the concept of one holistic village with farming, tourism, and residents combined, we can create a healthy community and economy. So the significance of my design lies in the promotion of sustainable development of Minbu culture and also the technical advancement in the preservation of said heritage. Now, you can have a look at this video where it shows you the whole Hersey corridor and its relationship and its natural landscape. Give us a second.
I think there's supposed to be visual. Yeah, we've paused the timer. There's no visual still. Tech team, can you just switch to the video? Don't play it from the slides. Honey, it's okay. We are stopping the timer. So you want to show the video, right? Yeah? Okay, wait. Yeah, we are stopping the timer. Okay, just pause a little bit. I'll hear Brendan say, 加油.
That's the least I can do.
Oh, this is the first technical glitch that we had today, so
Why
not
do you
too
sound so
bad.
happy, Melody?
The first technical glitch. So, yes. Honey, do you want to go to the back just to check the file? Because they're saying the file has no visual. Yes. Sorry, guys. A little bit of a break. Brendan, do you want to do a commercial break? Like, do you want to do something? Brendan is a dancer, by the way, so I can switch on music and Brendan can do a hip hop dance right in front. Right? Brendan, you are a man of many talents, I know.
Look back. I'll give you guys.
How does it feel in the box, Brendan? Okay. Yeah. Everyone's like, what's happening? You're missing the fun when you don't have the headphones on.
Happens.
Yes.
If you can hear me, you give me a clap. Give me 3 claps. Give me 1 clap. Thank you.
Oh dear.
Guys, Melody can sing really well.
No. I'm actually contemplating if I want to release people for toilet break, but then I know it's going to take a while for everyone to come back.
No toilet
So,
breaks,
okay,
guys.
hold it in.
suck it in.
Hold it in, yes. Okay. Brendan, this is your job though. Where's the commercial break?
Oh, guys, we are having dinner at the Deck Saigon. So at 6 p.m. we'll be departing. It's located at District 2 beside the river. I heard it has really good food and really good view. And I think when the competition ends, everyone can take a really, really good break and just let loose. Yeah, let's party.
Yeah, that's right. Looks like it's going to be a longer commercial break.
Oh,
There's still...
I'm running out of things to say. Oh, yes. Oh, so tomorrow's engagements, tomorrow morning, there's a speaking engagement, everyone. So there'll be 3 speakers sharing their insights and their perspectives about the industry, how it works. So the first speaker is Francesca Sape. She is a color expert. She uses a lot of color in her work. She's based in Spain. And she's also our Creative Color Awards jury. She's coming in tomorrow to share the power of colors, followed by the company that designed Landmark 81, which is the hotel that we're staying in. So Architect Tan will be sharing about some of the design challenges and innovation that they use to design Landmark 81. And then followed by Miss Gladys Goh, the Senior Vice President of Strategic Marketing and Innovation of NIPSI, which is Nippon Paint. She'll be talking about all the innovations and new strategies that is going to be involved in running a color-related business. So it's going to be very exciting. And I think that's the end of my commercial. Thank you for tuning in. We will now resume the presentation. How? 你要 Okay, all right. Okay, let's have a look at the video. A bird-eye's view of the design is featured in the part 3 of the video. So villages selected for the design are the Hersey Corridor, Buwei City, Minchin County, Sanlei Town, and Sandal Village. So in the picture on the first left, you see the red light, the red area represents Gui Anbao, an important cultural relic to the locals. Aside from Gui Anbao, it's also include 3 other villages marked in yellow. So a part of the agricultural landscape enclosed in the middle. On the right, you can see 3 vertical analysis diagrams illustrating the original building type. So using Gui Anbao, cultural preservation at its core, the new system integrates cultural regeneration in living space, public activity spaces, and farmland landscape tourism resources. Using the design theme and the knowledge framework of traditional geography, it is classified into 3 types: regional resilience, spatial resilience, and also behavioral resilience, and local human settlement environment design generated through a mutual relationship. We're going to discuss the cooperation and compatibility among Gui Anbao cultural heritage units, homestays, villages, farmlands, and orchard landscapes from the perspective of resilience. Taking the perspective of spatial resilience, thinking about the multiple mutual influence and interaction between these spatial systems to establish a large-scale modular organization and integration of new infrastructure based on the existing local spatial scale and spatial site. So based on behavior resilience, a new functional space will be created according to the village's life activities, their behavior trajectories, and also the tourism needs of foreign visitors and tourists. So due to poor infrastructure around the cultural heritage tourism sites, tourists would just visit Rui Anbao but rarely ever consider spending the night. There is no attraction to the tourism model with a 2 points and 1 line kind of method. So the farmlands function as a single unit. So the villagers work in the morning and rest in the evening. So the farmland landscape and tourism would never intersect and would never have conflict. That means crop management are solidified. Residents' needs can't be met by the lack of public service space in the things can really own. So from the loss of traditional folk forts, so as a small unit in the interior occupied by family, the space is always organized to prioritize the interior and the introvert function of how people function within the space. Our village activity center is then regenerated based on this extinct form of design. So we extracted symbolic graphic language of the Northwest dwellings, and which died out in the 1912, that is found in the museum. The Rui Anbao serves as a very important cultural icon. So this is where we study we study the cultivated land, and in the Minchin County is currently developing a cold and drought resistant agriculture advantage area to use desert light and heat resources, and is becoming important for the agriculture industry to develop high quality produce. So a design strategy for the current situation of the site has been developed based on the above research and analysis. A major goal is to improve the basic service facilities of Rui Anbao tourism resources. It is for the cultural experience or to buy and sell cultural and creative products while on vacation. In Minbu village, Airbnbs and homestays work very well, and we'll distribute it at the edge of the village to deliver the needs of tourists like accommodation, food, and also buying agriculture goods. So establish equal distance between the village's activities and the villager. We can solve the public space in the original village typography and improve the site's tourism characteristic, giving it more attraction to more attraction to tourists. So we want to show local folk culture to tourists using this platform. So it's very important to create a hub where villagers and tourists can come together. So there are 3 types of land use in the farmland landscape. So we install a tea room in the orchard so that tourists can rest, view, and purchase farm goods. So from doing this, the village's income can increase by setting up an agriculture innovation center in the ploughing and improvement of agriculture products. Foreign tourists can also visit and study how agriculture works. So our design cultivate a collaborative relationship between the locals and the tourists. So we would dissolve potential challenges and displacement due to the surge in tourism. The tourist center and the village activity center forms an intersection and forward-facing relationship. So around Rui Anbao are where visitor centers, agriculture innovation center, and then the villager activity center and also homestays come together, and then it spreads outwards. So what is the reason for dispersion? Firstly, the traditional tourist village areas are commercial in nature, will reduce the cultural tourism value. Secondly, when we interweave aboriginal life and local culture with foreign residents, it creates a more immersive and diverse experience. So moving outwards would be beneficial. So here's a display of our structure notes. This is where the architectural form and roof structure in our design, which is inspired by Minbu. And then the outer walls, and also the Rui Anbao's architectural form you saw in the video earlier. So there's a strong echo between these 2 elements. This is where the village activity center comes in, where a pair of facing turrets stand inside the tall ram earth exterior wall, resembling the face of a vanished Minbu. So Next is the functional framework that generates the plane, the structure. The spatial combination relationship is centered around the central square, and the service space is distributed around the square. So the original Ram Earth Fort's outer wall is embedded with new buildings to create multiple entrances. And basically, overall, we want to streamline and achieve the relationship of gathering at the heart and diverge outwards. A central square and gazebo pavilions is being set up in the middle of the village activity center to encourage conversations and the hosting of public events. This is to meet the demand for space for gatherings, discussion, cultural reading, engagement, as indoor meeting place can be a temporary meeting point for the villages. Villages can also this serve as an information station, historical showroom, and also maybe medical station and warehouses. And then there's also a viewing platform on the top floor and a viewing turret on the top floor. Sorry. Yeah. The following is the effect of display of the internal space of the building. So you can see the zoomed-in view. You can see the viewing corridor on the second floor, which draws on the spatial form of the horse race track that you see in Rui An Bao. So this is the rendering from the perspective of looking from the gazebo through the corridor. So this is a large-scale rendering that shows the viewing platform from the top floor. The upper right is the perspective of people standing on the viewing corridor, looking into the interior. And then the bottom right is where perspective of coming through the entrance. This is the second part of my design, where this is the visitor center. So the overall plan is generated by enclosing a central square with 5 blocks. So across the facade, a block was raised close to the orchard to create a semi-suspended state to reveal a road running through the visitor and leading to the orchard, connecting Rui An Bao, the center, and the orchard, creating an excellent touring node that people can walk from point A to point B to point C. On the southwest of Rui An Bao, you will find a visitor center located at the intersection of Rui An Bao and the farmland. So this place serves as an intersection for the traffic. So the map is intended to guide people around. Next is the B&B plan. This is a bird eye view of 25 homestay demonstration area. So as a result of the spatial construction logic of the 3 courtyards, the overall composition of the homestay and demonstration area follows this particular logic. So there are 3 back-shaped buildings, like a U-shaped building, and it's dispersed to create a middle, an exhibition and public space, and a semi-public space can be formed too, with the tea room and the central landscape. Yeah, so this is a space where, like I mentioned, is where it's semi-public. So it's where you can shop and rest, and then you can also, this is the rendering. The fourth display is the tea room, the tea house. So the picture shows the distribution of 7 tea houses in the orchard. So 7 tea houses are shaped and constructed by combining different blocks. There are many shapes to form these tea houses. This is a trapezoidal turret and an arch entrance door. So a variety of doors and windows can be opened on these basic blocks so that they can combine and satisfy like different visual needs. I will now describe 2 of the tea rooms. The first one is where it's a combination of arch and square with window opening directions in the interior space determined by the relationship with the land space. This is the physical model that we've created. This is the behind the scenes of how we put everything together. So it is indeed a very tough experience and never to be forgotten. So I would like to credit the effort my team put in, though they can't be here with us. So Resilient Space explores the composition and development trend of settlements in Hersey, retaining regional characteristics and language. Hersey provides design references for the symbolic memory of the region, and thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Hani. All right, questions from judges? Still wear your headsets because Brendan will be translating.
Judges, question? Any? Or comments?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really like your drawings and the sensibility, how you keep things simple. But that leads me to a question that when you come to the tea house or the tea room, it seems way more complicated of a building compared to a large ensemble of buildings that you managed almost effortlessly. Is there a particular reason why those smaller, intimate spaces look so much more complex?
Architect Raza, so sorry, can you repeat the question? Because Brendan couldn't quite hear you. Can you speak a little bit louder into the microphone? Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, should I repeat just the question part? Okay, so overall the design is it seems very effortless and simple, like the fort and the old buildings used to be, but which is actually great, and everything is kind of minimal and to the point. But when it comes to the tea rooms, which are more intimate and a space which will probably have more of an interaction, it appears to be way more complicated as a structure. So I just wanted to know if there was a particular reason for that.
茶室部分其实它只是属于我们整个设计规划里面的一个附属空间，而茶室它是一个小体面的空间设计。我们当时在设计考量的时候，也是希望它能丰富我们整体建筑的一个室内的一个设计效果的一个展示。其实它的整体设计并不复杂，它可能是对于体块的穿插以及高差，还有一些空间的利用手法上面看似复杂。其实它整个设计思路也是比较明晰的，可能是刚才展示的时候没有太清楚。
好，谢谢。Raza, to answer to your question, the tea house design is actually not that complicated. And when they design it, they use it as a node to want people to slow down and spend time there, like as a node. So what he did was, it looks complicated because of how there are different there are multiple combinations to how you can design the arches and the windows. But in reality, in execution, it is not as complicated. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
I commend you for such a thorough and detailed analysis and presentation. Everything seems so well worked out, but at the end of it, all I want to know is which is the most important space for you, the single one. You know, you've treated everything so evenly well, but if you had to take if you had to take everyone back to what's the most important, tell us again what that is.
Architect Lilian, you can wear your headset to hear the response. Yeah.
最重要一个什么点？
Uh,
的建筑它最重要的元素是一个收分的梯形，因为它这个梯形，它不仅是建筑外观的一个展示，它更多的其实是西北地区它为了适应当地的气候，它为了防风沙，然后它这样做的一个非常封闭的一个建筑空间，然后它收分的这个墙也主要是这个生土的建造的工艺所决定的，所以它的梯形是非常具有当地特色的。因为现在一般的建筑都是直的，然后我们的建筑是收分的。
Okay, so to answer to you, Architect Lillian, it's basically the T-shaped design where it's bottom wide and then narrow on the top. So this is unique to the Northwest region to help battle the harsh living condition and weather. So the walls that we use is not just a matter of architecture. It's also a lot of years of skills and technology and techniques and the preservation of the culture that we want to emphasize on. So you see most of the external facing facade, they are all wide at the bottom and narrow on top. Yeah. Thank you.
That wraps up for Hanyi. Thank you so much, Hanyi. All right. Okay, so we have maybe a quick toilet break while the technical team refreshes the system. That takes 2 minutes. So if you need to go to the toilet, run there and run back. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's come back. We have 2 more to go. Doors closed, please. Right, next on, ladies and gentlemen, we have Yasuki Morita presenting Restarting Space. Chotomate. Okay, so this session will be conducted in Japanese, so please put on your translation device. All right. I will get the translator to try. Can you try saying something? Okay, perfect. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Yasuki Morita on his project, Restarting Space. Dozo.
Hello. Today, I would like to talk about a project called Restarting Space. I come from Japan. I live in Tokyo. Shibuya and Shinjuku are my playgrounds. When I go to see architecture with my friends, we often get absorbed in our walks and get tired. We'd like to sit down and talk about the beauty of architecture. But just to sit and talk, we need to go to a coffee shop and order a coffee or cake. Every place in Tokyo belongs to someone, and we need permission even to rest there. Why do we need permission to be free on Earth, a place that no one owns? I cannot allow myself to be tied up. Today's cities are shaped by authoritative systems. This system limits our possibilities, controls our behavior, pulls people out of programs, mediates our future, and keeps us away from nature. But we should not give up on this system. Rather, for our cities and the natural world to move forward and imagine a new future, we must build a symbiotic relationship with our current built environment. We cannot move forward without accepting the status quo. But to move forward, we need to take a careful look at our cities. With this in mind, I re-examined the city and found new possibilities in the gaps. If you look at the cities of today, it's easy to see the division by separation. The stark realities of program separation in buildings, class separation in communities, and racism in human relationships are still visible. But despite the circumstances, I believe that by looking creatively into our void, we can see the potential for positive change. In that gap, I believe there is a potential for nature to grow, the potential for personal exploration, and the endless possibilities for new urban development. In this proposal, I'd like to consider a system without ownership, a system that maintains neutrality, a system without authority, and a system that enriches people's future possibilities. The world needs a framework that creates this kind of neutrality in order to build a system that capitalizes on the new potential. A reinterpretation of the grid can be considered such a framework. If we put a square grid on top of the city, the overlap between the city and the gap may reveal new shapes. This shape was not deliberately planned by anyone, but from a broader social perspective, this slab system offers a solution to major urban problems in Asia. As you know, Asia is known as a disaster-prone region. This slab's carbon nanotube structure can withstand natural disasters such as floods and earthquakes. Even if the surround buildings and materials are washed away, the slabs will stand firmly in place and function as an evacuation space and shelters for people. By ensuring safe distancing during disasters, we can save lives and strengthen community cohesion. In addition, I think that slab system can contribute to sustainability from an environmental protection point of view. In recent years, global environment has deteriorated further and further, and the problem of energy consumption has become apparently. However, in the urban system I propose, I think it is possible to create a large photovoltaic power generation area by incorporating transparent thin film solar cells. By incorporating transparent thin film solar cells using carbon nanotubes into slabs, large area solar power generation can be realized. This enables efficient use of renewable energy without using rare material. In addition, the slabs generate and supply energy to surround buildings and communities, contributing to a sustainable urban development. Deforestation contributes greatly to global warming. By adding soils to the slabs and by planting trees and small plants, you can restore greenery to the gaps in the city. Then the coexistence of cities and vegetation becomes possible. It becomes a garden that everyone can cultivate on, forming a new urban landscape. Now, let's look further into the future. The environment changes over time. Weathering and demolition will change the building that make up the slab and natural elements. But in the process, the original appearance of the slabs appears. The slabs belong to no one and stand alone without meaning. New cultures, architecture, and ecosystems are born there, and urban sites are revitalized. I truly believe that these spaces can serve as places for a fresh start, stimulating people's creativity and imagination, and creating new future possibilities for the built environment. This system sets people free. It becomes the norm to express all kinds of actions and emotions in the city. Let's start reviewing the city system from this place today. Thank you very much.
All right. Judges, any comments, question? Because you make the best eye contact.
I'll happily make a comment. Yeah.
Please do.
Thank you. I like the sort of poetics involved in your concept. I mean, from that dimension is very interesting, and it comes from your earliest statements about authoritative and conditions and seeking permission. So in that sense, I think it's very interesting, and it's a political proposal, which is very interesting. In terms of design, I think, well, I'm not sure about your carbon footprint here, but no pun intended. But I think you're only looking at the slabs from above, and we do not know what the consequences are under the slabs. And I think that may be another very interesting project or a consequence, which we don't know is good or bad. But I think the project deserved to have an equal look from under it than above it, which seems to be missing in the communication. And somewhere in the images, it almost looks like, especially when you talk about the landscape, and you have an image of lots of trees perched up there. It almost looks like you could do what that Tarzan was trying to do in some ways, and make connections through these gaps. These gaps could then become free space or free landscape where you do not need permission, and it doesn't have to be on the ground. So I see lots of interesting potentials here and there. And I think it's an interesting, thought-provoking proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Raza. Anyone? Lillian? You stood up, so yeah. Thank you, Lillian.
Well, I enjoyed the visuals. I think it's a very painterly and poetic approach to architecture. And I'd like to put this challenge for you to take it further from there. I think you have a lot of heart, and but architecture also involves a lot of realities, and I think it will be a lot richer if it was perhaps more directly engaging everyday life. That's my view.
Thank you, Lillian. Anyone would like to jump on? Dr. Arash, please.
Well, I'm totally agree with the other judges. I just want to add a few actually consideration that for sure your idea is very, how can I say, provocative, and in some way can need a reaction about the thinking of the city, and it's very important, and with a good feeling by your side that you have this sensibility to give a better space, more space to a person to talk to each other, so to have a social relationships between the people. But maybe this solution is more. I was feeling more as a sculpture elements that's coming inside the cities, with actually very free and liberal shapes that maybe doesn't have an architectural aspect, but more a social aspect. But in terms of actually it reminds me also something that was happening in many cities in Europe, for example, that was the city above the city. I mean, if you take Roma, for example, that is one of the older cities in the world, under the city that you see right now, there is another city, okay, that was the previous one, and they built on top of it. I mean, it's in some way it's a provocative point of view. No, we saw a lot of ideas today, but it's more aesthetic experiment. But I didn't feel too much architecture here, but I'm feeling a lot of idea, a lot of feeling of sensibility about how to restart. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arash. Anything to add, Daniel? If you like, okay, Sibrani? No, okay, that would be all. Thank you. All right, arigatou gozaimashita. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Now, last but not least, we have Sangawi Hiroshi Thomas presenting her project, A Million Buds, Empowerment and Facilitation. It's a long day. I'm going to repeat. A Million Buds, Empowerment and oh my God, Facilitation Against Child Labor. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our last finalist for the day, Sangawi Hiroshi Thomas.
lost my childhood in the mines, living a life of hardship with my dreams out of sight. Can I escape this dark road into the light, to a place where I can maybe shine? On this dusty white rock I wish to sprout. Will I have a chance to get out? But how can a bud like me grow in this reality the pandemic has left behind? Will I have a chance to be a child, dance around in the rain and be in the wild? Will I ever have friends to play and scream? This is the life I will always dream.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Sangavi Thomas. Today I'll be presenting my scheme, Project Million Buds. Have you ever wondered how a child laborer is about, what it is about? It's about, Did you know 1 in 10 children are subjected to child labor? That's about 11% of the total population of our children. But most of us are fortunate enough to face this new normal. But behind the screens, there are millions of lives that are still unable to recover. Especially after the pandemic, there's a drastic difference that made. And even in Sri Lanka, especially in the mining industry, also known as the killer industry, children are forced into labor work just to earn an extra buck, just to help their families overcome poverty. So the site that we picked is an abandoned quarry in which the children used to mine, carry, dig, and literally have spent their entire childhood in. So it will be more of an emotional and meaningful impact to create something from once they called hell into something they will call heaven as a peaceful space. So it's about adaptive reuse, basically. To create something from that is harsh environment, you can see around the site. The abandoned quarry is situated in a very harsh environment where there's carbon dioxide secretion and a very harsh industrial zone. So the whole idea is to convert a child's perspective in terms of what childhood is about. So the form is crafted by a simple basic sketch. This form is crafted by a simple basic sketch inspired by a child running around. The form is crafted by a simple basic sketch inspired by a child running around freely, carefully merging with the existing land, preserving the natural undulations without destroying or excavating such that the building plugs into the land, coexisting with the nature. Further, the structure is developed through block modeling, layering, to form a non-restrictive, free-flowing organic form, so that a child wouldn't feel restricted anymore and still run around and still play around. So that's the whole idea about how the craft, it's more than a design, it's a crafted form. Further, the circulation has been really an impactful note in which children, there are certain situations where children in certain places, they used to stay and hang around. So somewhat like this, certain places they are more clustered and certain places it's not. So those have been considered in terms of how the form is being crafted. So the spatial progression is a rejuvenation process itself, in which it is a process of nurturing the young generation. So it is built close to the earth with just 2 levels, the ground level and the lower ground level, with 2 gardens for each private level. So it's about having something of a harsh environment into creating something from it. So how does this building function? The building functions in 4 stages. The first stage, the wilderness zone. In the wilderness zone, a child is basically welcomed into a lush greenery where there's grown eatery and entrance lobby, and where entrance lobby, as in I'll explain later. It's about enjoying the simple lives of living outdoors. So when from the wilderness zone, we're walking into the inspiration zone, in which a child is, their imagination is widened up, where there's imagination in gallery and multisensory inspiration. Though these are facilitations that are provided to these children. So from the inspiration zone, the main zone, the growth zone. In the growth zone, the child is allowed to grow. That's the most important of it, in which with the assistance of educators, they are expressing their ideas with the colleagues and with the other people. So about the layouts plans, the layout plan is rather elongated and spaced out, such that it merges with the land and it responds to the neighboring contexts. So, to start off the premises, when a child enters, there's a sense of see-throughness, in which the child could be always overseen by somebody from that area. So, further, to elaborate on that, there are three main spaces in this building where larger areas can cluster and certain spaces can be used to private spaces for them to gather. And these are some of the images of the wellness zone. In the wellness zone, what happens is when a child comes into this space, a child is allowed to just sit outside, just go around and plant some trees, climb some trees, and things like simple things of children and what they could do. And also it acts as a vacuum cleaner in which it absorbs the unhealthy air of the environment into creating something from it, pre-producing fresh air. That's what the whole landscape is about. It's about basically converting a harsh environment into a green space. So this is how the entrance, what a child could feel. It is not just a very grandeur entrance. It's about crafting a form inside such that it goes into the boulders and it carves out. So this is the rejuvenation process of the inspiration zone, where some of the places are able to cluster around and personal private spaces, and some of the main spaces for community bonding. Even for children, some of them want to have a personal space, right? So these imageries show how the courtyards become almost like a main space, where the verandas wrap around. So we kind of have forgotten the basics of sometimes designing. We have to consider in terms of passive designing as well, according to our country. So another key point is that how children are just on the floor, they are allowed to scribble on the ground, they can scribble on the walls. So things like that, the small activities like that really trigger a development of a child. So this is how the form further elaborates. And there are vertical connections as well in this building in terms of how they can view, and there's always a see-throughness inside the building, right? Yeah, in terms of materiality, discarded materials from the quarry site itself has been used because there's a sense of familiarity, such as limestone, wasted stone, mud, dolomite, those sorts of materials that we don't really explore. So these materials bring out the character of that quarry and what those what their hands have seen, right? Yeah. So this is the main space of this building. It brings out the true essence of what this space is all about. I'll tell you why. A bright yellow flower signals insects to come and pollinate, or maybe the blue attracts the hummingbirds, and which the green grass allows the children to just walk around and with barefoot without any restrictions, and invite wind, rain, sunshine into the building. So that's all about the experience of it is really important. Further, you would have noticed that there are some glowing nature into the building, in which it captures the essence of the nature that is inside, and it emits outside. So it brings up the character, a liveliness into the building. So this is one of the main space. When it comes to the life cycle, or maybe in 50 years' time, how is this going to be? How is it going to transform a place where it used to be really bad to something as a green space? It's really important. So in terms of the design stage, in the 50-year category, there is a post-construction design phase that happens, where the community and the children, all of them are taken inside, and they are educated about the benefits of this project. And next is the construction stage, where it's participatory construction, where the elderly, the parents, are participated in bricklayering, and also the simple activities that can be used in terms of vernacular methods of building, where the children can get involved in landscape campaigns, because one day when they grow up, they can grow up to see the tree that they planted. Further, the usability stage. In the usability stage, where a child, this becomes a second home to their child. And later on, in the maintenance and decomposition stage, maintenance at the decomposition stage, children can literally see them deteriorate and becoming a green patch. So we start from an unhealthy place and deteriorating into a green patch. That's the whole idea of this project, because nowadays we always have so much wasted land, we have so many unhealthy environments. I think after the COVID-19 pandemic, it's really important to understand that living itself is so precious. And for children especially, it's even more precious because every child has a memory. So you have to make it a little better for them. It's about living conditions. So we spoke about adaptive reuse previously, right? So how do we take this to the next level? With the concept of humanizing energy. There are some methods, vernacular methods of using, such as passively designing, air quality improving, and perforated walls that really brings in the wind inside the building. Wasted energy recovery and hydro, those sorts of simple, but whatever we don't really think about, really have an impact. So the excess energy is distributed to the community. So it becomes human-centric. That's what is called humanizing energy. So at the night time, the activity ceases and the building would sleep. So children are allowed to sleep under the night sky and stargaze, where the courtyard could frame the sky as a picture, and maybe there's a rustling leaves that falls, or even the dragonflies, the crickets could sound. So that's like an ambience, that the poetic way of ending the day. As children, we are always curious and we are always ready to learn. So the design integrates AI, because now that's a new trend that comes along. So children are really given that opportunity to engage with AI-generated methods of sense, learn, and what you see. So in terms of visual and ASMR has been incorporated so that children could actually get a chance to learn from what they had. Because it's kind of restricted for a third world country, we need to really think about those things as well. So when it comes to color, seeing color is actually a magical thing. Because Mother Nature's palette is the best palette of all. So what I did was, I made this cycle on my own from the whole throughout the year, and we really understand in Sri Lanka, throughout the year we have bright colors. So the idea was to really accentuate that colors and making the building colors subtle. So that's the idea behind it. That's why, so from the Cori, how does it change, has been extracted. So this is like the central space on a top view. So childhood is about playing, running, and really experimenting, right? But nowadays, because of this pandemic, a lot of people, a lot of children went through so much of struggle. And it's actually very saddening, about 160 million children. That is not an easy count. So it's our duty to lend them a helping hand and rebuild our young civilizations to really experience childhood. Please watch this video to experience my message.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through it no one's been before, but it feels like home. However big, however small, let me be a part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close
Thank you, Sangavi. Judges, who hasn't spoken in a while? Sivarani? Daniel?
Thank you, Ms. Sangavi, right?
Yes.
For helping us to finish on a very positive note and a strong finish. Really appreciate your presentation, and I think I agree with child labor is a real cruel thing, and that I'm really happy to see that there is a project to help to liberate some of this child suffering and all that. So that's very, very positive. And I like the form that you've chosen in a very organic, free-flowing kind of way to kind of represent that freedom that is finally achieved. And also that you mentioned that this child labor predominantly stems from the mining industry, and then I've seen some of this material, this boulders, this rocks, the dolomite, and all that actually is a result from the mining industry being incorporated into your project is refreshing and is very contextual. While to me, from where I come from, the architectural may be something that I'm not very familiar, but I trust that in Sri Lanka, you know, this is very appropriate. So I think on that subject, I think you've been very successful, probably in doing a typology that is very fitting for the context of Sri Lanka. Really, to me, it's a very long and tiring day. But
I'm so sorry, I got nervous at the beginning.
No. You did a fantastic job, trust me. Yeah, and to me, it's very refreshing to have such a good ending, such a positive ending to the whole day. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Raza?
Yeah, thank you. And it's a delight to see when people know how to make great drawings. And obviously, the subject is very sensitive and a good selection. Two things that I take away from this project, which I think are unique compared to the other presentations. One is that you've taken time into account. The building kind of transforms, it grows, it goes back into the land. So you're actually, as a designer, looking at an entire life and of a project. And also, like this project, I mean, unlike others, seems to have an end. It goes back into the ground. But then perhaps you should add a little bit about how this project will again restart, because you don't want this project to go away. But I think those are some unique sort of aspects which I think should be much appreciated. I'm not sure about the AI bit, but yeah, that's not a big deal, but I think it's a very good effort. And I like the fact that everything's kept at a modest scale, not trying to overgrow in that landscape. So,
yeah, your drawings has got a very nice childlike innocence to it, and I think it's really quite fitting for the project.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone would like to add anything? Arash, please.
I just want to ask you, the sketch that we saw over here now.
It's hand-drawn.
Did you make by your own?
Yes, it's hand-drawn.
Very nice. And it's very nice.
Like a team drew, so
Congratulations. Very nice, and very nice presentation. Also, the energy that you used to present your project. I think it's a nice project. The concept that's starting from the child, it's absolutely very important, I think, and you approach very well the project. I mean, just it's good point of the restart, but just an invitation to do not stop at this level. You can actually improve it, the design. Did you did by your own, or
yes.
Was it teamwork?
Pardon?
It was a teamwork?
No, it's my project.
Very good. So let's continue to restart.
Since it's the last one, Sivarani, Lillian, yeah, let's do our final words.
Yeah, I think I want to repeat the good comments from the other judges. I think this is so well executed. I love the drawing. One thing that I may want to add, give a little bit more character of identity. Yes. I know the boulder is, you say it, but then it's not yet coming out, and it's hard because it's natural products, right?
But then is there anything that can relate this to the site, that relates this to the culture of some kind of locationality or regionalism that embedded in the location? So you won't see this as just a park that is a park design. It's not really a part about park design. It's really about conveying the message in that particular location. Maybe a little bit more shapes or forms that inspired by some locality in there, just to, you know, up the design more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sibarani. Lillian? You're closing. Woo!
Well, I think from you and also from quite a few today, I'm really glad to see so much empathy. I think empathy for people, I think that's the seed from which architecture starts. And don't stop there. There's a long way to go, but you're on a good footing if everyone has that care.
All right, thank you, Lillian. Again, thanks, last but not least, Sangam. So that concludes this year's AYDA 2022-2023 for the architectural category. Congratulations to all our finalists, and thank you. A big round of applause to our judges who worked so hard, and they're still gonna work. Yeah, again, thank you, Arash, Daniel, Lillian, Sibarani, Raza. We really appreciate this. So for that, I conclude. I will, okay, no, not you guys still have to work. Okay, the rest, you guys go take a break at 6:15 p.m. You meet at the lobby, okay, together for dinner. Judges, I will leave you to Melody, because she's the true hell, not me. Melody, please take over. But thank you guys. You guys can leave the hall. Thank you, bye. Love you all. Mwah. Yeah, there's a deliberation here, so bye.